Matlala filed his motion of notice at Pretoria High Court on the 17th of December 2024.
And do you recall what the items were that he included in that application that he said had been taken from his home?
It was basically the demand for the return of his 5 firearms that we had confiscated, as well as 2 iPhones, 1 MacBook, 1 Rolex watch, and another lady's watch.
And why would those items, particularly expensive jewelry, be seized from his home?
I can confirm, commissioners, that during that search, it was discovered that there were allegations of suspected allegations of contravening of some sections of Firearms Control Act. As a result, then the team confiscated those 5 firearms, and inquiry for further investigation was registered. And also the 5 cell phones were also confiscated from him. The other items, the MacBook, Rolex, and another watch, were not part of the confiscated items.
So you're saying it's not true that those were confiscated?
It's not true, yes.
So what happened with this case?
The inquiry is still under investigation. The inquiry, because it involves us investigating from the registration of the security company to the acquisition of the firearms. So the inquiry is still on, but the case that he had filed at High Court, we did file our answering affidavit, and then the case was scheduled to sit on the 24th of December 24, and indeed it sat, and the judge dismissed the application with cost, citing that it was not an urgent matter. And then after that, then on the same day, Mr. Matlala communicated with us that he was withdrawing the same application.
Okay, so it was removed from the roll on the 24th for lack of urgency, and then it was later withdrawn entirely.
That's correct, commissioners.
Okay. And so is there anything further to say about that application before we move off it?
Yes, maybe commissioners to add that before the sitting, or before the matter sat on the 24th, I had met with the former Minister of Police, General Cele, who informed me that he had been approached by Mr. Matlala, informing him that Lieutenant General Sibia advised him, Matlala, to submit or to write an affidavit and he also drafted such affidavit on behalf of Mr. Matlala to open a false case against myself and my members that we had stolen the watches and a MacBook, which then proved that what we saw on the founding affidavit that he had submitted to include these 3 items that were not confiscated, it confirmed that indeed it was true, the information that I got from the former minister.
So you say you met with the former minister. On what day did you meet with him?
It was on the 23rd of December, if I'm not mistaken,
And where did you meet him?
in Pretoria.
And so this was the information that he provided to you?
Yes, that he provided to me, which was corroborating the information that we had seen in the founding affidavit that he had filed before the 23rd, that in the items that he was demanding to be returned, he had included these 3 other items that were not part of what was confiscated by the team. But the affidavit that he was expected now to compile was for him to open a criminal case for the missing of these items, of which then he confirmed to the minister that that was not the case. Those items were not taken by the team, and also he even indicated that he was still wearing the same Rolex watch that he was influenced to claim that it has been stolen.
So the meeting with the minister took place on the 23rd of December. Do you know when the meeting, did the minister tell you when he met with Mr. Matlala? On what?
No, he did not tell me as to when and where their meeting took place.
Okay, so after the 6th of December operation with the questioning of Mr. Matlala, there was then a second event, which is your team arriving at his offices on the 18th and 19th of December. We saw this when you first testified before the commission, the video clips of the team arriving at Mr. Matlala's office. Can you just remind the commission what that was about?
Thank you. Commissioners, as I've indicated that during the operation on the 6th, there were suspicious activities around the control of the firearms. Hence, we seized the 5 firearms that were present that day. We had to make an arrangement with him for the complete compliance inspection of all his firearms, which was then set and agreed between the team and himself to take place on the 18th of December. But then it did not continue. The team did arrive, but then it did not continue because the responsible person who must be present, the responsible person according to the Act is someone that is appointed by the security company owner to be responsible for the control and management of firearms. So that individual was not available on that day, the 18th. Hence, then the compliance inspection was rescheduled for the following day, the 19th of December. And indeed, the team went back on the 19th, and the compliance inspection then was successfully conducted.
And were firearms seized?
Yes.
During this inspection?
Yes, 18 more firearms then were seized for ballistic testing and the furtherance of the investigation of the inquiry that was registered.
Was anything else seized during this operation?
No, on the 19th, it was only these outstanding 18 firearms.
And were those then returned?
Yes, the firearms were returned to Mr. Matlala on the 27th of December.
And is there anything more to be said about the firearms? When you sent it for ballistic testing, was there anything of import?
Yeah. No, the investigation is still ongoing in terms of ballistic analysis. The cases that will need to compare with the samples from the firearms, or then we allow the IB system then to assist us in identifying the links. So that investigation is still ongoing.
Okay, and then we know that from there, what happened next, at least from your involvement, was the arrest of Mr. Madlanga on the 14th of May. Is that right?
It's right. The investigation continued on other cases that the team had identified that were linking Mr. Madlanga. The investigation continued then for the rest of January and up to February, and then around March, April, the team then was ready then to enroll some of those cases, and then there were discussions that took longer than we expected to finalize then the issuance of warrants of arrest.
Discussions with whom?
With the National Prosecuting Authority.
And after those discussions, you finalized the warrant?
We did then get the warrant of arrest.
In May? Only in May?
Only in May, yes.
And then on the arrest on 14 May 2025, that's when you seized the cell phones that became the evidence of the chats that we've led before this commission. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
The WhatsApp chats, yeah. Thank you. General Khumalo, can we then turn now to Part C of your statement?
Advocate Azim, before you turn to Part C, I just want to deal with the chronology up to the end of December. I understood from evidence led by other witnesses, presented by other witnesses, that there was an attempt to open a criminal case against you, first in Pretoria and then in Soweto, but both were unsuccessful. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. I'm aware of that. It is linked with the same information that I've provided, an attempt to open the case, the false case then with regards to the missing watches during the raid. Well, one can say from our side, and also Mr. Madlanga's, was really not a festive period. We were very busy from the 6th of December, one can say up until the 31st of December. So for the whole month, looking at the engagements, investigations and operations and compliance inspections that we were busy with during the month of December. And then on the other side, lots of attempts also from his side to approach the High Court with the interdict, an attempt to open those cases against myself and the team. So both sides were very busy during the month of December. Unfortunately or coincidentally, then the month of December ended with the disbandment letter of the very same busy month ended with the disbandment letter on the last day of December.
General, do you know if statements were taken in either the Pretoria police station or the Soweto police station relating to the criminal case that they wanted to bring against you?
One cannot be 100% sure, Commissioner, whether statements were indeed taken, starting with the information from the former minister that there was a draft statement that was provided, but then of which, according to Mr. Madlanga, he did not continue with the plan. But we have since picked up from the WhatsApp chats analysis that we did after May that another institution that was approached with an attempt to register cases is the IPID, where there were communication about them needing a very strong person, a fearless person from IPID who can open the case. So the evidence that we have, there were attempts, but they were struggling with the finalization of that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so let's turn to Part C then. And we'll begin at paragraph 130. No, we won't. Before we begin with paragraph 134 and 135, which deals with from 7 January onwards and the events that involved you from 7 January. Can we begin with the letter of 31st December? And you will find the letter in the annexure bundle at SDK 24. And it's page 203. Do you have it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Right. So we've seen this letter several times before in the commission, but can we haven't heard you speak about the letter, and what the commission has heard quite a lot about is particularly paragraph 3 of the letter dealing with the disbandment of the PKTT. But I'd like you to start with paragraph 1, the first instruction from the minister, and that is about the filling of posts in the intelligence division. And it's a very specific instruction, and you are the head of crime intelligence, so this would have affected you, right?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. Although the letter was not addressed to me as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, but then 2 of the issues that are raised in the letter had direct link with my positions of firstly being the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence as well as the project leader of PKTT. Then maybe to steal this moment for a few seconds, before then I get to the question by the SC. It is the 31st of December. The letter, we see it circulating on the social media, I think from the afternoon of the 1st, which is the happiest day of the year. Everybody is in a jovial mood. Then from my personal perspective, it was indeed not the Happy New Year's Day, because I had to expect or receive calls from more than 110 people that I thought I am their leader, asking me one and the same question, all of them. Unfortunately, I could not answer any of those people that were asking what's happening, because in normal situation, they will expect any communication affecting them to come via myself or my office. But this time around, this letter just started to trend, and then and also the language used. Most of them were worried about the language used to say, how can we sacrifice and leave our families for 6 to 7 years, and then we are told that we are valueless, and all other words that were there. I'm just touching on that, maybe because I have this platform to raise it. No one has asked me as an individual as to how I felt about the letter itself, but I did not feel right. That's why after I realized that I'm not enjoying the 1st of January like everybody else, I think in the afternoon I had to request Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to bring the team together and try to also him to explain something that he does not understand. The only thing that he could do was to motivate the team and tell the team that they must continue doing what they are there for. The rest then will be dealt with by the National Commissioner. But indeed, commissioners, it was not a happy New Year's Day because of the letter. Going to the question.
So before you go to my first question, let me just interpose this. Judging by your answer, you were not consulted about the decision to disband the PKTT.
I had never been given an opportunity to brief the ministry. I've never received any complaints or signs of unhappiness. Was never consulted when the letter then was drafted and finalized. It came as a surprise even to myself.
We will come to that aspect of the third instruction, the disbandment of the task team. But for now, on the first instruction, obviously you hadn't been consulted on that either, correct?
And that is correct, commissioners. That is why I should think that the only person, according to me, my view, the only person who can understand the letter is the writer himself. All of us that are reading the letter, I've tried to read it more than 10 or maybe 50 times, trying to make sense and understand, but one is failing to understand each and every paragraph, even the words, the choice of words. But going to the first one, because it touches my environment, one had to try and understand as to what might have led to this decision. One can say the only possible reason for now will be during 2024, the division had advertised 2 batches of senior management posts that included provincial heads of crime intelligence as well as the other section heads at head office level. So on both occasions, as we follow the process, once the Human Resource Management Division of SAPS approves your request for the post that you will want to advertise, they will then indeed advertise the post, and then they will receive applications. They will screen the applications and applicants, and then they will send to you those applications that they see that they meet the requirements. And then they will request you then to make a submission or a proposal for the panel. So on both occasions, or maybe let me start with the first batch. I did it on the first batch of posts. Then the line of communicating that proposal, I will send it to the immediate supervisor, the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, for his support of the proposed panel, who will then sign it off and process it further to the Division Human Resource Management for approval in consultation with the National Commissioner. So my proposal for the panel for the first batch then was not supported by the Deputy National Commissioner. Instead, then he proposed his own panel, of which then he had to do it in consultation with myself. And then I then did not agree with his set of panel, and then there was then that stalemate that now myself I'm proposing a certain panel, he is proposing another panel, then the Division Human Resource Management is not expecting to receive two sets of proposals. They have to get one proposed by myself, supported by immediate supervisor, so as they can approve it in consultation with the National Commissioner. So the process of filling those posts remained stagnant there. It did not move. And then another request was sent now for another batch of senior management posts. The same process happened. And then it also reached that point of stagnation. One then, as I'm saying, this is my view. In my view then will be, before I get to my view, I had a discussion with the National Commissioner around this issue, of which then I maintained my position that the panel that I've put together is, according to me as the accounting officer of the division, in terms of all the legal framework that is there governing then the existence of the division, my panel needs to be supported. And then that discussion then did not give the way forward. So the stalemate remained. So it is my view that then maybe the Lieutenant General Sbiya escalated that stalemate, that situation to the office of the ministry. Hence, then it informed the decision of halting the filling of posts, because the examples that are cited there, posts in provinces, including those of provincial heads of crime intelligence and currently available vacant posts, it refers to the posts that were vacant, that were supposed to be filled. That is my view as to why maybe that formed part of this letter.
Okay,
General, isn't there one accounting officer within SAPS who is the National Commissioner. I'm asking because you just referred to yourself as the accounting officer within your division.
Okay. Maybe then, thank you, Commissioner, maybe then is the choice of giving myself the wrong title. It was referring to being responsible for all activities, the performance, the management of the division, instead of being an accounting officer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you mean to say responsible officer?
Yes.
General, ordinarily, if there's a disagreement between you and your immediate superior about how to proceed on matters, where does it get escalated to for resolution?
Yeah. The situation or the incident or this case, one has checked on all the prescripts and policies. It is maybe then an oversight, maybe because the drafters of the policy had not thought that it might happen in future in the department. So, and we also do not have any decided case. One will just think that because the approval is with the Divisional Commissioner of Human Resource Management, one will presume that in a situation like this, it is the Divisional Commissioner of Human Resource Management in consultation with the National Commissioner who must then take the two proposals and approve one, or they come up with their own, because the final word rests with them, the final decision.
I was distracted and I didn't hear what you just said. The final decision rests with whom?
The Divisional Commissioner, Human Resource Management,
Okay,
in consultation with the National Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. So if that is the case, why was it not then resolved? Maybe take a step back. You said that those two batches remained stagnant. Why was it then not resolved by the Divisional Commissioner, Human Resources, together with the National Commissioner? So why couldn't that stalemate be broken?
Thank you, Commissioners. Also, again, it is my view, because of the timeline, as these unsuccessful processes were continuing, it was towards the end of the year. So hence then I said it is my view that maybe then my immediate supervisor escalated the matter to the ministry, hence it possibly informed decision or directive number 1 of the letter.
Thank you.
May I still on the topic? And before this letter of the 31st of December, were you informed, or did you ever come to know that there was a difficulty or a problem about the filling of these vacancies? Were you ever told that?
Thank you, Commissioner. One was aware, because after we understand the process, that after you have submitted your proposal, after some weeks, then you expect then the approval of the panel. Now, hence I indicated that there was a first batch of posts. Now, the second batch is now advertised before even the first batch of posts is dealt with. So that was showing that there is a bottleneck. And then this second batch came in and joined the first batch, and then they both remained stagnant. Towards the end of the year, we had still not received the approval. hence then I formed that view on this directive.
But more specifically, were you ever informed that the minister has a difficulty with the filling of these posts that you were wanting to fill? Were you ever informed of that?
Not at all. I was not informed. Hence, commissioners, I'm drawing inference, and I say it's my view. The only level that I was aware that it is informed of the situation is up to the National Commissioner's Office.
As matters stand, you don't know why the minister gave this instruction.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you were not consulted, but you were also not informed.
Yeah.
Were these posts then subsequently advertised and filled at any point?
Not yet.
So they remain
unfilled.
vacant.
They remain vacant. Also in the directive or the letter, that those posts, they include provincial heads of crime intelligence that are currently vacant, which are, as we have 9 provinces, the vacant provincial heads posts are not less than 4. So between 4 and 5, one can confirm that. So if you have no leadership in close to 50% of your environment in the country, indeed, then you have a problem.
Thanks. Is there anything else you want to say regarding the first instruction on the posts?
No, I've said it all.
Okay.
Commissioners.
So the second instruction concerns ports of entry. And it's specifically a request that a new plan must be developed. Can you comment on this paragraph?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. At first glance, looking at the heading of the letter, a directive on matters relating to crime intelligence, yes, you bring it closer home. And then the second one, ports of entry, you become a little bit confused because it is the responsibility of the division, visible policing and operations. And then going to the third part, it talks to the political killings task team. So reading the heading was then confusing a bit, because one will expect that when you draft a letter, the heading helps you to understand the content of the letter and the logic, so as then you are able to understand. But then this part, the inclusion of ports of entry, and of which I think it's the one that is more tabulated or explained in the letter, then one has had to go through it and try to understand. The directive is clear that it talks to the review as well as the review of the deployments in that particular environment, as well as the operational plans to deal with the threats that are being addressed at the point of entry. But it's worth mentioning that as a division, that is also part of the deployment in the ports of entry, as well as having a plan that we are implementing, one can safely indicate that we are happy with our current setup and also the plan itself. And we have seen a lot of improvement in that space when it comes to cross-border drug trafficking, more especially the cooperation that we have within SADC, as well as through Interpol and other country-to-country agreements with identified countries that we are working on drug trafficking. One can say, as a division, we do not see the need to review our plan in that space because it is still effective. But then as and when the time comes for that review process now for the whole of SAPS, we will be part, and then, but we won't change our plan that is working. Instead, we will try to improve on it. That is what one can tell or comment on the second part of the directive.
General, you would agree with the minister when the former minister, when he says that the efficiency of the plan should be reviewed from time to time. Would you agree with that?
I'll agree because in that environment, it's not the space that is dealt with by just in the space of a port of entry. So I'll agree on that reason.
And do those reviews take place by an interdepartmental body?
Looking at the directive, it was talking to those reviews taking place at the beginning of the year, but one has not been appraised or invited or informed of the reviews then that they had started.
I'm just saying, as a matter of course, those reviews would take place by the interdepartmental, some structure. Is that what would normally happen? What
normally happens, it's not like review or interdepartmental review. All the departments that are occupying the space, they have clear defined roles, which needs then to be coordinated in terms of activities, as it's stated in that paragraph, that the main stakeholder now in that space is the newly established Border Management Authority that is supposed to be leading even the interdepartmental review. Although all of us, we are playing our roles, but then that is the BMA that is expected under normal circumstances to coordinate the activities, including maybe the need to review.
And were you aware of any challenges that needed to be addressed from an SAPS perspective?
No, hence I limited, commissioners, my comment on our environment, because as stakeholders, we also have our role and responsibility, and we have the deployment in the space, and we are operating. So as the division, we are implementing our plan, we are monitoring our activities, and up until now, we were still satisfied with our plan that is in place, as well as our performance.
Thank you. One of the instructions in that paragraph 2 is that in the development of a new plan that the former minister was requesting, he said it should include a comprehensive operational and remedial action plan based on a policy of rotation of staff members, among others, which suggests that there might have been an issue regarding the rotation of staff members. Are you aware of this?
Thank you, Commissioners. I am aware because because of my previous deployments. As I introduced myself, I referred to myself as an all-rounder or a complete police officer who has been everywhere within SAPS. I spent a lot of years within the division visible policing and operations. By then, it was separated. I was within the operational response services where I was coordinating operations and...
Hi, Diggers Du Plessis here, UFC middleweight fighter. You're probably seeing this ad because you are looking for your next luxury watch. To buy or sell your luxury watches, go to luxurytime.co.za.
Was something that in other ports of entry we have the rotation, the month-to-month deployment, so as then we avoid weaknesses that are coming along with a person who's permanently in the border environment. Then so there will always be discussions. Now I'm referring to my previous life, hence then I want to be clear that there will be those discussions that the same needs then to happen at all other ports of entry, so as then we avoid the challenges that are related to integrity issues when you have a permanent deployment.
Okay. But as you understood it as at 31st December 2024, you weren't aware of challenges in this regard?
No, I'm not aware.
You weren't informed of any of these challenges?
No, Commissioners.
Okay. So anything else you wish to say on paragraph 2?
No, that is
okay. So we can go to paragraph 3 then, which is the heading Political Killings Task Team. And I want to first confirm that you have been involved with the PKTT from its inception. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And when was that from?
From July 2018.
From July 2018?
Yes.
And in this letter, the former minister refers to the formation of an interministerial task force. And you confirm that the PKTT was that interministerial task force.
As I indicated, Commissioners, that the terms and choice of words sometimes used in the letter, they are confusing, and sometimes they talk to maybe not from a well-informed part, because we do not have a task force. We don't use that language in whatever processes and activities with regard to PKTT. But we do have the interministerial committee that we have referred to it in most of the time, even during this commission.
General, there are witnesses who have referred to the National Task Team, referring to the PKTT.
Yeah.
Would that characterization be correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. The choice of adding N at the beginning again will be maybe an individual choice. Why I say so, because from us that started the whole thing, our understanding is within SAPS there are lots of task teams within SAPS. A district commissioner might decide to establish his district task team for a specific purpose, the same as the provincial commissioner, the same as the national commissioner. That is then the task team. And then the political killings task team was established by the national commissioner, the political killings task team. Now, the choice of using N might come when then we talk of an interdepartmental, because on my previous testimony, I tried my best to explain the route that we took to get to where we are. To say when when we moved from SAPS only task team to interdepartmental, that's when then the national departments came in. So the choice of using N, of adding N, might come if then you want to understand that interdepartmental part of the PKTT.
So, thank you, Commissioner. It was a national task team in the sense that it was set up at by the national executive. Would that be right, to describe it in that way?
Yes, it can be right.
And okay, so it was established by the national executive, and it was funded from the national budget, not from the provincial budget. Is that right?
Yes, it was established by the national commissioner. There is an N there of national commissioner. It's funded from the national budget. There is an N there. Then the part that I was explaining was the one that talks to it now being guided and overseen at national level, starting with the interministerial to the directors general of the national departments. So hence then I say the choice of adding N, unless if it's meant to confuse, but if it is meant to explain, one can explain it like that.
Thank you.
So national task team is not descriptive enough, especially if you say there are several task teams at various levels. So national task team could be any national task team. So that's not descriptive enough, whereas PKTT is descriptive.
Yeah, as we speak now, according to my limited information, we have 2 more national task teams that are running in the northern part of KZN, as well as one in the Western Cape.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. So then to go back to what you were just saying, the Interministerial Committee that you say had this overall view on the work of the task team, is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Chair, we've been able to obtain the minutes of the Interministerial Committee and to have them declassified. May I ask leave to submit them formally for the record as an exhibit bundle? And the exhibits number from CJC 8 all the way to CJC 17.
File 1.
File 1 exhibits bundle. And if I could ask the witness and the commissioners to turn to that bundle now. CJC 8, commissioners, is the confirmation of receipt of the request for the declassification, and CJC 9 is the letter from the authority that was required to declassify the minutes, which is the presidency, confirming the declassification and attaching the minutes. So if we could please turn to CJC 10. That's where the minutes begin, and it's at page 4 of that bundle. General Khumalo, that set of minutes is dated 21 May 2018. Do you have it?
Yes, Commissioners.
Is this the first meeting of the Interministerial Committee?
Yes, Commissioners, that is correct. It's the first meeting that was convened after the establishment of the IMC, which took place on the 21st of May 2018.
So, in other words, immediately upon its establishment, a meeting was held?
Yes, Commissioner.
And if you turn to page 5 of the bundle, which is page 2 of the minutes, can you confirm who was in attendance?
Thank you, Commissioners. I can confirm that in attendance was the Minister of Police, Minister Bicele, the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Minister N. Mapisangagula, and the Minister of Justice, Constitutional Development and Correctional Services, which has combined by then, Minister T. Masuta, the Minister of State Security, Minister Dilitsatsi Tuba, the Premier of KZN by then, Mr. Premier Mchunu, and the Member of Executive Council of KZN, Mr. Kaunda, who was the MEC of Transport, Community Safety and Liaison.
Just for clarification, do you confirm that the Premier at this time, Premier Mchunu, is not, it's not, and we don't want to confuse this person with Premier, with former Minister Mchunu?
Yes, I can confirm that this was Premier Willis, as is normally referred to, Mchunu.
Thank you.
Not the current Minister of Police.
Ms. Hassan, maybe for correctness, there is the mistake that is repeated of referring to Minister Mkhunu as the former minister. He's not former minister, at least not yet.
I take the correction, Commissioner Baloy. Okay, so these were the, this is what made up, these were the heads of the Interministerial Committee, is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So these departments then and ministries continued to have involvement in the oversight of the PKTT throughout its existence. Would that be correct?
That will be correct as directed and established by the President.
Thank you. So we don't need to go to it in exhaustive detail, but just so that we can get the main aspects of these minutes. The first serious presentation was a political presentation by the Premier. Is that right? And that's on page 6 of this bundle.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And in that presentation, if we look at the second bullet, the minutes state that a task team was established in 2011 to find the causes of the political killings. What task team was that?
Although one was not part of the meeting, was the then provincial task team of the police that was dealing with political related cases. So if the reference here on this second bullet is made towards the now political killings task team, then one will say the Premier meant then the provincial team that was in place by then.
Okay. I should have asked you when we were confirming the attendance whether you were in attendance at this meeting.
Although there is I don't see the attendance list, but I was still not part of the now PKTT in May. I only became part around June when we were then brought in to start compiling the new strategy and the plan that was going to be implemented from July onwards. But why then I say, Commissioners, that one would have to rely on the attendance register? It's because it was during the period one is not having the dates. It was during the period when I was either deployed as a brigadier in the province together with the then acting provincial commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, as he testified, or because as a brigadier, my main responsibility was on national intervention operations. So every time there is an IMC, there is a national intervention that is directed, I will then be expected to be part because it's my line function. Hence, then confirming that I might have been part of this meeting either because I was deployed in KZN or because of my line function at national level. But in terms of being involved in the form of the PKTT now, I was not yet.
No, I accept that, but so are you?
On South Africa's Golden Coast,
Wow, wow, wow.
wealth is measured differently.
The West Coast offers a lot of value for money.
Why chase square meters in the city when you can own the horizon?
The sound of waves crashing against the rocks is just magical.
Luxury has a new postcode.
Absolutely spectacular.
Listing Coastal South Africa starts Wednesday, the 5th of November on BBC Lifestyle.
Okay, so if you turn over the page to page 7, there's then a presentation by Major General Qiliza. And it's entitled Progress Report on Political Related Killings to the Minister of Police. So it would have been Major General Qiliza then who would have been responsible for that provincial task team, is that right?
The minutes suggest that because he's the one who presented the progress report on political related killings to the ministers on that day.
Okay, so if we go then to we see there was a second presentation by Minister Qiliza as well. And we see that on page, I think that was page 7. That was his report. And then there is a, yes, there's a second presentation on page 11. At item 2.3.1, do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
And in that report, there's a list of cases, those that are finalized, those dockets that are ready for trial, et cetera, et cetera. Are those the political related dockets that were being handled by the team at the time, the provincial team?
On the report, on the minutes where these reports were presented, it won't be easy for one to clearly distinguish between the two presentations, because the first presentation by Major General Qiliza refers to an overview of political violence related cases, and then from 2011, 2012, 2016, and then giving the stats and the status of those cases. And again, under 2.3.1, another presentation by Major General Qiliza again, now with the title Matters Involving Politicians. So it's not easy, especially as I've explained, that I was still not part of the process as to what is the difference between the two presentations on the day.
Okay. So if we go to page 13, we see that there was a discussion following the presentations, and the ministers listed a series of concerns. I'm not going to read through all of these concerns, but would it be correct to say that one of the concerns raised by the ministers was that the political killings in the province was escalating?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And could you just read out the first two bullet points of the decisions on page 14?
On page 14, under the heading Decisions, the meeting resolved that the task team coordinate its work and minimize working in isolation to each other. Then bullet 2, the task team should have purpose, objectives, role and responsibilities, as well as the frequency of meetings, in brackets, terms of reference.
And the third bullet
On page 15.
on page 15?
The
The first bullet on page 15.
The first bullet on page 15, the task team should develop an investigation and prosecuting strategy that will mitigate all the risk factors associated with the investigation and prosecution, such as...
Pause
the
there,
list.
and then there's a list.
Yes.
Now, this investigation and prosecution strategy, is that the strategy that you began to develop when you became involved in June?
That is correct, Commissioners. It's one of the recommendations that we had to attend to as we came in June.
Okay, thank you. And then if you turn over to page 16, there is a presentation made by the NPA, Advocate S. Abrahams. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
And then there is a further set of discussion and decisions by the IMC, which is recorded at page 17. Can you just read out for the record the two bullets that contain the discussion and decisions?
The second discussions and decisions on page 17 of the minutes, the first one, ministers expressed similar concerns that NPA is providing statistics which are conflicting the statistics which were presented by SAPS detectives team. And this is the fact that the task team members are working in isolation, in brackets, no coordination. The second decision, a dedicated team of prosecutors should be part of the task team to guide the investigation team in order to improve the quality of cases put on trial and improve the conviction rate.
Do you have any comment on those decisions?
Thank you, Commissioners. Indeed, the decisions were pointing towards real challenges that was facing this task team, this provincial task team. The lack of coordination was demonstrated by the fact that within one meeting, there are 3 different task team reports that are presented, which shows that there is no coordination of both activities and accountability, which then one will say the interministerial committee were not wrong in their findings, as well as recommendations as to what needs to be corrected.
Thank you. So then if we go to the next set of minutes, which is CJC 11, the date of this meeting is 12 June 2018. So this is the second meeting, 1 month later, of the IMC.
Yes, Commissioners.
And were you present at this meeting?
Yes, Commissioners, I was present.
So at this meeting, we see the attendance and adoption of agenda, etc. What I would like to turn to is page 22. And there we see a briefing by the acting KZN Provincial Commissioner. And this was Lieutenant General Nkhunazi, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And what was the gist of his presentation or his briefing? It's a lengthy briefing, so I don't want you to go into the detail. But if you recall the gist of it, can you explain to the Commissioners?
Thank you, Commissioners. The gist of the presentation by the acting Provincial Commissioner by then was first the fact that they were the new team was not the new team. The plan to establish the new team had started. So he referred to the number of dockets that had been collected and analyzed already, and also referred to the investigation and prosecution plan on page 25 that had already been provisionally approved by the National Commissioner pending the endorsement by the IMC. That was the most critical issues, and also he reflected on the issue that the strategy and the investigation plan will be given a full budget and resources from national level, and then the team will be restructured. So he was announcing to the IMC, looking at the challenges identified on the previous meeting. So he was attending to most of them with the plan that was in place as to how all those weaknesses were going to be attended to.
And the conclusion then was the proposal that was made by the National Commissioner at the time, and that's on page 25. So it was the restructuring and a development of this strategy or investigation action plan. If we turn over the page, the last bullet of the proposal by the National Commissioner, which was National Commissioner Sithole at the time, is that the task team will be reinforced by a team of tactical intelligence and strategic intelligence. Why was that necessary?
The National Commissioner was proposing his structure at national level that was going to oversee, because if we start from the previous page, he is talking of the last bullet on page 25, when the National Commissioner said, as part of monitoring and overseeing the task team, Lieutenant General Libya and Lieutenant General Tsumane, who was the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection by then, will be responsible for that task of overseeing the team. So he was briefing the IMC that the oversight will be at national level. Yes, the team will be operating in the province. Hence, then on the next page 26, the point there, he was stressing, because intelligence capability is a national competency. They are not the responsibility of a district, a provincial, or a provincial commissioner. So the national commissioner was bringing in the then divisional commissioner of crime intelligence to be part of the overseeing team at national level.
Thank you. So we can then conclude these minutes with reference to the resolutions that were adopted on page 27. There are several aspects of these resolutions that speak to the work of the PKTT going forward. The first I'd like to refer you to is the second bullet, that the investigation strategy and prosecution should have a cost or budget, targets, and timeframes. Did that take place? Was that strategy costed and budgeted?
Yes, that is correct, commissioners.
And was that subject to constant review?
Yes, commissioners, I'm not.
The second is that the task team is to be restructured and reinforced by additional 13 investigators from other provinces. Did that take place?
It did take place, commissioners, and the number of investigators kept on increasing as the number of cases allocated to the team were also increasing.
And for the record, you are reading from bullet number 4, Ms. Asim.
Bullet number 4.
Thank
you,
you.
Chair. And then bullet number 5 is, reads as follows. The revised structure of the task team and the strategy with the budget should be presented, to read it as it is, presented to Minister of Police by 15 June 2018. Was that done?
It was done if we are going to go to the minutes of the next IMC, we'll see that.
It was presented in the next
In the
IMC
next
meeting.
IMC
Right,
meeting.
okay. And then the sixth bullet is that as part of monitoring and oversee the task team, General Libya and General Tsumani will be responsible for such task.
Yeah.
Was that, were they responsible, and did that in fact take place?
Yes, indeed. The General Libya was the chairperson of the National Steering Committee, which was made up then of General Jacobs of Crime Intelligence, General Tsumane of the DNC by then of detection, as well as other DDGs from other national government departments like NPA and State Security.
Thank you. So then that would, one more item just to confirm, and that is the third bullet from the bottom, but the last sentence, a dedicated team of prosecutors should be part of the task team to guide the investigation team in order to improve the quality of cases put on trial and improve the conviction rate. Did that take place? Was a dedicated team of prosecutors assigned to the PKTT?
Yes, Commissioners, it did take place as we were progressing with the implementation of the plan.
Thank you.
Sorry, General, in that second bullet point, where it reads investigation strategy and prosecution should have cost, budget, targets, and time frames. The time frames referred to here, where it says there must be time frames, what are these time frames for? Is it the life of the task team, or is it the time frames for targets?
Our interpretation was it's the time frames of the targets because we were presenting the strategy and the plan that will talk to the turnaround time on investigation, turnaround time on prosecution. Hence, then other recommendations moving forward were talking to the issues of dedicated courts, so as then the time frame is not affected.
Can I just get clarity? In the first meeting, we've looked at the minutes. One of the recommendations is that the Department of Correctional Services must form part of the task team. Was that recommendation implemented, as far as you are aware?
As we were presenting the new strategy, it was exactly like that. It was the interdepartmental multidisciplinary task team where SAPS and NPA are playing a leading role, supported by State Security, Correctional Services, then and the Department of Justice.
So the task team was not just about investigating political killings, it was also about ensuring that they are successfully prosecuted. And once people are successfully prosecuted, those that are found guilty are incarcerated. And that would be Correctional Services' role.
That is 100% correct, Commissioner. One of the noteworthy contributions of the Department of Correctional Services excuse me, was to dedicate the Kokstad prison as the PKTT prison, where we will keep our most dangerous prisoners.
Was that in fact the case?
It was, and it's still the case, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the third set of minutes then is CJC 12, and it's dated 3 August 2018. So this is the third meeting now of the IMC in 2018. Are you there?
Yes, Commissioners.
Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was present.
And it was chaired again by Minister Cele at the time?
Yes, that's correct.
The important aspect of this minute is the item 2.2 on page 31. If we can begin there, it begins at that point. And is it correct that this was it began with a presentation by the National Commissioner, who confirms that the approach of the task team was changed? The composition was revised and new members were added. That's the third line from the bottom on page 31. Was that the confirmation that was provided by the National Commissioner at the time?
That is correct, Commissioners. If we compare with the previous IMC, where the National Commissioner gave lots of promises of what will be happening, because it was the meeting where the investigation and prosecution strategy was presented. And there were then issues that were raised by IMC, that like budget and the resources. So the team then was officially on the ground on the from the 18th of July. So this, we can say, is the first official IMC where they were expecting to get feedback on the performance of the newly established task team from July, because this was August. So indeed, the points that were raised by the National Commissioner were talking to the decisions that were taken on the previous meeting. Hence, the first one, he's confirming that the task team was changed, reconfigured, and the composition was revised with additional members added on the team.
Thank you. Chair, it's 11 o'clock.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:15.
is that the Constitution is prescriptive and clear. The Constitution defines what is within the minister's domain and what is an operational matter. Now, with respect, if I'm going to make a legal argument, I will say that I would question that reading, that interpretation of the Constitution. So if I look at my eyes are failing me. The most cited provision, 206.
206, 207.
And 207. 206 defines the member of the cabinet's responsibility for policing and must determine national policy after consulting provincial governments and so forth, and taking into account policing needs and priorities. So that's political responsibility. Interestingly, it doesn't label it executive authority, because I think that that formulation correctly reflects the fact that the minister embodies, in a sense, in the theory of democracy, the will of the people. They carry a political mandate, and Parliament holds the minister accountable for that mandate. That connection between the government, this Parliament, and the people is critical in a democracy and must be weighed in our reasoning about this matter. Then 207 says the National Commission must exercise control and manage the police service in accordance with national policy and directions of the cabinet member. Now, that rather general language doesn't in detail instantiate the relationship between these two important positions. There is no reference to operational matter, to what is an operational matter and what is not in the Constitution. That is a matter, it's not a textual matter, it's a matter of that's how the Constitution is being interpreted, how this language is being interpreted. So I'm making 2 points. One is that there's no reference to what is an operational matter and what's not in the Constitution. That is a matter of extra-textual interpretation. It's an expression of an opinion about what the Constitution provides. And Section 206 and Section 207 don't resolve this matter in any kind of detail.
Well, it seems to also complicate or compound matters, because 207.2 then says that the management and control must take place in accordance with national policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing.
Quite right, Advocate.
And what if those directions, like the one of 31 December, have some control management features or aspects?
Yes, and so I think that you are quite rightly drawing our attention to the complexity of the matter, and why simple, definitional, categorical, binary, mechanical reasoning doesn't resolve the matter. What is a policy matter and what is a matter for management? Okay? You can think about any program in government which is set up in the Department of Education or the Department of Welfare. There are programs there that are funded and which the minister has oversight over. And the minister might well decide, we're in a new administration, we have new priorities, we're going to cut the spending to higher education, we're going to prioritize basic education. Those are, and then the accounting officer and the minister have to work together to implement what is a directive from the cabinet, surely. Now, I would make a second point. I think it's always wrong as a matter of constitutional interpretation to treat each provision of the Constitution as separate and discrete. Provisions have to be interpreted in the light of their purposes and, where necessary, holistically in the light of other complementary provisions in the Constitution. So I hear arguments which entirely ignore Section 83, which I think is material, which says that the President is the head of state and the head of the national executive. Section 85(1) says the executive authority of the Republic is vested in the President. And that the President exercises the executive authority together with the members of the Cabinet. The Minister of Police is a member of a Cabinet. It's a collective body. And then the provisions relating to the Cabinet, Section 91, the Cabinet consists of the President as head of the Cabinet and Deputy President and ministers and so forth. Now my point is this. How can you interpret Section 206 and 207 without reference to those other provisions which envisage a system of representative government, of cabinet government, of which every minister is a part? So when a minister exercises executive authority in a department, that minister is exercising that executive authority on behalf of the President and as a member of the Cabinet. So how can this matter from a legal, constitutional point of view be treated as if the Constitution provides a simple mechanical answer derived from the rather general provisions of Section 206 and 207. Constitutions are not written that way. Constitutions are frameworks. They are not prescriptive in the way that is being suggested by this reasoning. And frankly, I don't think we can resolve the matter fully by assuming that we can draft legislation that will resolve the matter. So I would say this. I think it's a complex relationship where it works for a department to work well and for the government to deliver on its mandate. These are two critical positions. When they break down, then the institution atrophies and the ability of the institution to function and to deliver on its mandate breaks down. And there may be many reasons for that breakdown. I think that's what we've seen here. Rather than to treat this question prescriptively as if we have a formula, a definition that is going to resolve all such matters going forward in the future. And by the way, I would also say this. We should, you know, some of these formulations appear to me to be rather conservative. They are orientated towards protecting a status quo. In a situation which requires change, where dysfunction has to be addressed through reform, how does this formula, this mechanical formula, assist us? In the next 2 years or 3 years, am I going to be called before the minister, before yourselves, and before a portfolio committee, and to be said, well, I will say, well, 90% of these decisions were made by the provincial commissioner, by the national commissioner, and they were all operational matters. So you can't hold me accountable. Hold him accountable. And so I think there's also an accountability deficit. It allows, this formulation, I think, allows both the minister and the head of the department to escape responsibility and accountability. Because they can always say, as a matter of definition, that matter belongs to the minister and not to me, and vice versa.
Yeah, it depends on the context and the purpose. And of course, the brake on both executive authority and control and management is always going to be the principle of legality and issues of rationality. What informs a rational decision are the reasons that you give for those decisions. You can't simply make a decision because you woke up one morning, maybe on the 31st of December, and you just make a decision. You've got to give reasons that informs that decision.
Yes, thank you, Advocate. I think that that it's not clear to me also, but this is a small quibble that I mean, when you are dealing with political responsibility, that you can apply you know, the principles that are applicable to administrative decisions fully, like Paja and so forth. But I do think that good decisions, whether by the National Commission, by the head of department, or by a minister, and decisions whether you're in the public sector or the private sector, are best when they're made through a proper process and with proper reasoning, what you call rational decisions. And then we should be able to scrutinize the decisions. And the fact that you are an elected, you hold an elective office, doesn't exonerate you from political responsibility as opposed to legal responsibility for the way you make decisions. Because I think that it's quite right for members of the legislature to scrutinize decisions, especially important ones like this, to scrutinize the decisions, say, and to explore what the reasons were, whether the reasons were sound, and then how did you go about establishing those reasons. You can't simply, you can think you have reasons, but you can be very subjective. So I think often it's best to have a rational process of inquiry, of fact-finding, of thinking carefully about what the criteria are, what process do you have to follow to put yourself in a position to make the right decision. From myself, speaking very much for myself, I feel that's the way one should try and come to conclusions about any matter, but particularly when you have such important responsibility.
Yeah. Now, just to go back to the Interministerial Committee, we know from former Minister Tele that actually the last Interministerial Committee meeting was in May of 2024.
Monday.com's AI blocks are a total game changer.
Excuse me if I find that hard to believe.
You know that llamas are biological.
Going political killings, where it refers to all high-profile cases, what was contemplated there? That's at page 31.
Thank you, Commissioners. According to our interpretation, the high-profile cases will refer to, because the criteria of allocating a political-related case will have a list of categories, with the last category being a political activist, a member of the political party. And then the high profiles, according to us, are those political figures that are office bearers and those that are also serving in local government especially. That was our understanding of high profile.
Thank you, Commissioners. So just after 2.1 is 2.2, and it's the briefing by the National Commissioner, the first one which we just dealt with, about the approach of the task team. And then if you turn over the page, there is a presentation that is made by the Acting Provincial Commissioner. And it begins with the introduction. And then the first heading is operational coordination, and it speaks about the joint operational centers. Is it correct to say that the description here under this heading is what you've presented to the Commission when you testified when you were here before?
Commissioners, can I be reminded on the CJC number?
It's page 31, and it's CJC, I've forgotten. 12. Page 31.
Yes.
Okay, so 31 was where we had ended off. And then, sorry, 32 is now the presentation by the Acting Provincial Commissioner. The second heading is operational coordination. And I just wanted to confirm with you whether what is presented here is the same as what you presented to the Commission when you testified earlier.
That is correct, Commissioners. I can confirm these were accountability levels and structures that were set up and were then part of the briefing of the IMC, starting with the tactical joint operational centers that I referred to as 4 of them that were established, that were meeting and accounting on daily basis to the mission area right up to the National Steering Committee.
Thank you. That then is described fully, and then the next thing I'd like you to turn to is page 34, where the Acting Provincial Commissioner at the time described the composition of the team. Is this now in terms of the revised structure?
Yes, Commissioners, that was in terms of the revised structure and the command and control as was presented previously, looking at the mission area joint operational center, the first box on the left, the task team leader referred to as Major General Ramatswele, as we have presented before, and the project manager referred to as the then Brigadier Khumalo, which is myself, and then other tactical commanders for different disciplines, and those 4 operational teams below that were implemented.
Thanks. And then page 36, which deals with the table of case dockets. Is this presentation an analysis of the dockets that were within the control of the task team at the time?
That is correct, Commissioners. At the initial stages of the task team, we had to indicate the cases that were presented during the previous IM. We can show the additional cases in that page or slide, we were reflecting that on the previous report, the cases allocated to the team were 98, but then during this meeting, there were now 126.
Thank you. And then if we go to the end of these minutes, that's page 41. Item 2.4 are the resolutions. Just before we go to the resolutions, is there anything more to be said about the discussion? Were there any, was the approach, let me put it this way, was the approach that was being presented by the Acting Provisional Commissioner supported by the members of the IMC?
Yeah, maybe one can sum up the response to that answer by referring to page 40 under the comments by the chairperson, the last bullet from the second bullet from last, which reads, the minister praised the task team and encouraged them to put more effort so that a message is sent that there are consequences for breaking the law. So those were sentiments that were shared by the IMC during this initial meeting of the new team that was put in place.
Thank you. And then finally, the resolutions. The first bullet point is for the task team to provide a progress report. Did the task team do so on that 126 cases?
Yes, those are 126 cases that were reflected during this meeting. So the resolution was on the next meeting, the team is expected then to give a progress report on each and every one of those cases. Also, 81 of them that were still under investigation.
So there was a continuing report on these cases to the IMC, is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. That was the structure of all our accounting sessions. There will be a report on whatever that was reported during the previous meeting to show the progress.
Now, can you read the third bullet, please?
The third bullet under resolutions.
Under resolutions.
The task team in the next meeting will provide progress report on the progress made on the following priority cases: Mr. Mkhunu, the killing of Mr. Mkhunu, Mr. Stole, and Mr. Spelling mistake Makak.
Why were these cases singled out?
As per my response to the question by Commissioner Baloyi, that the cases will be rated as high profile, depending then on the deceased. So these three, the first one is the one that was a reason for the establishment of the task team. This crime scene that was visited by the president, that is Mr. Kashana Mkhunu, and Mr. Sitole was also another high-profile politician, as well as Mr. Makaka, who was the former ANC Youth League secretary.
Thank you. The next set of minutes, if we can go there, then is on page 42. That's CJC 13. And that's dated 13 September 2018. And were you present at this meeting, General Khumalo?
Yes, I was present, Commissioners.
And again, was it chaired by former Minister of Police, Cele?
That is correct. And
as similar with the structure of the previous minutes, we see on page 44, items 2.2 and 2.3, where the National Commissioner opens a briefing and then hands over to the acting Provincial Commissioner. Is this where the Provincial Commissioner then did the progress report on the cases as required in the previous minutes?
That is correct, Commissioners. As I explained on the coordination slide, that the meeting will take this format. What will happen in preparation for the IMC? We, at the level of PKTT, we will prepare the report and present it to the provincial steering committee chaired by Lieutenant General Mkwanas. And then as the National Steering Committee comes in a day before IMC, led by the National Commissioner, then the Provincial Steering Committee will then brief them. And then on the day of the IMC, it will take that order. The National Commissioner will introduce the briefing note, and then the General Mkwanas will then present as briefed by the political killing task team at operational level. It was later on when then I joined the elite level, when then it was myself now who was briefing the IMC, not the Provincial Commission. By that time, I was still a brigadier. And brief but then after I became a Major General, that's when then they allocated the responsibility to me to brief all the levels, the National Steering Committee as well as the IMC.
So this briefing is extremely detailed, and it goes all the way to page 56, in fact. And we don't need to go through the details, but I just want to confirm that this was a presentation that was made by the Provincial Commissioner with your assistance.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So if we turn to page 55 of the bundle, in the middle of the page, it says the need of fast-tracking ballistic and biology analysis, that paragraph, and then the following bullet points. Is it correct to say that at this point in time, so this meeting is now, September 2018, is this when the need was identified for expert analysts to be included in the team?
That is very correct, Commissioners. From our initial plan, we had planned the task team to have these expertise. But because it was a new thing in the SAPS, it took time for us to convince the commanders of those respective environments to allocate dedicated, initially as the KZN team was, and even now, the task team in the SAPS is established and formed by looking at what needs to be done. If it's an investigative task team, only detectives will be assigned to the team. So we were implementing our plan step by step by first indicating the challenge that we have, and then we'll put a request that if we can have this dedicated capacity. I have an example that I can cite on call data analyst. because we were utilizing DPCI called data analysts that are in Pretoria, and we are in KZN. They did come, and we celebrated that at last we have. Then they said, no, we are here to pick up the discs and go back to Pretoria. They disappeared with those discs up to date. So it was not working for us to have analysts or experts that are not part of the team. So with these recommendations, we were trying to implement to influence that our plan is properly implemented, including the ballistic experts. All these experts were not yet part of the team. But I think from 2020 onwards, that's when then we had the full capacity.
Thanks. And so that meeting followed, so it was a detailed report, and it concluded with resolutions, and that's on page 57. And again, as per the previous minutes, the request was for continuing reports on the progress of cases.
Yes, that is correct.
And for a specific report on the high-profile cases as well.
Yes.
Sorry. General, in that page 57 and the resolutions, can you just explain that first bullet point, which requires a progress report on 22 case dockets not related to the task team mandate? Yeah. Why that was being included for discussion in the work of the task team?
Thank you, Commissioners. Initially, the use of parallel investigation was an internal exercise. We were doing it to assist our investigation. But then the time came when, because if we have a main case that is linking ballistically with another case that is not politically related, we were only reporting on the politically related main case. So the resolution was, let us also report on those parallel ones because they talk to the performance of the task team.
It was a performance issue, really?
It was a performance issue, yes.
Was any question raised at any point by the IMC about the fact that these parallel dockets were included in the work of the PKTT?
There were mainly comments that were coming from, because our report was structured such that we all the activities of the team. So when we get to the ballistic analysis, that's where we will show the linkages that the firearms that we have confiscated, they were linked with other cases that we had then requested from the stations to investigate them parallel to the main case. Now, because now our statistics were not tallying at all the segments of the report, that's when then it was a resolution that as we report, if we check our reports moving forward, even the report that we presented as part of the testimony in the commission, it has those categories: political related cases, parallel cases, and ad hoc cases. Initially, before these resolutions, we were only reporting on main or political related cases only.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. So let's move on then to March 2019, 28 March 2019. That's CJC 14. And that's the minutes of the next meeting of the IMC. Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, it's a very lengthy briefing, am I correct, that was provided by the acting PC?
Yes, Commissioners.
And the update, which is very detailed, is an update on all of the cases under investigation and in court.
That is correct, Commissioners. Maybe then to draw the attention of the Commissioners on page 64, where we were complying with the recommendation of the previous meeting, where we started then reflecting on parallel case dockets that were not part of the previous reports.
And on page 65, you report on ad hoc cases.
Yes, as I explained, Commissioners.
And those related to the unlicensed firearms.
Yes.
And that meeting...
Sorry, can I just ask? Is it then correct, would it be correct then to characterize the position this way, that although the team was set up and its mandate is to investigate political killings, these parallel and ad hoc investigations means that at least operationally, the mandate sort of expanded, because with the parallel cases, you're not necessarily looking at political related matters. I think somewhere earlier on, there was a report, for example, of a reckless driving case, and there are robberies here. So in practice, the mandate sort of expanded. Would that be a fair and accurate characterization, General?
That will be very correct, Commissioners, because it was an operational decision not needing the extension of the mandate. I'm trying to separate the two, because we are investigating political related cases, and then there is a case that is linked with the other case that is not political related. Maybe it's because it's the same suspects, maybe it's because it's the same firearm used. Now, for us to strengthen our main case, there is a lot of evidence that we can get from this other case, and then we will then investigate it parallel to this other case. Same applies to the firearm-related cases, because we will have operations where we are looking for specific firearms. Now, when we register a possession of unlicensed firearm for that particular firearm, that case will be investigated by the team, because it is linked sometimes with a parallel docket that is linked with the main political related case, because this firearm was used in both these cases. So initially, it was an operational decision which was part of our methodology. Hence, then, when we were reporting on the mandated group. But then, as we were explaining how we are so successful, then it was then requested that we bring also those cases in our report.
Thank you. And am I correct to say that in all of these reports, you began to then report in terms of those categories? So you separated out the categories in your reports?
That is what we did throughout up until the last 27-page report of January 2025.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to just move on to the next. The resolutions here, just to for the sake of completeness, to wrap it up, are similar to the previous resolutions, which is to continue your reporting on the cases and to intensify efforts on certain cases. Correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so the next meeting then is 30 July 2019 at CJC 15, page 73. Were you present at this meeting?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And can you tell me whether this meeting followed the same format as the previous meetings, meaning a very detailed report by the Acting Provincial Commissioner?
Yes, indeed, it followed the same format where the National Commission on paragraph 2.2, page 73 will introduce, and then and General Connors will take the IMC through the prepared presentation, starting with the introduction as well as the cases allocated and giving the status report on each and every one of those cases.
Thank you. If we can then, again, a very detailed record of the presentation that is included in the minutes. But let's go to page 82. There's a section that's headed Remarks by Member of IMC and Others.
Yes.
Okay, so the first bullet point, it says the meeting noted the incorporation of 78 cases which are not related to political killings. Can you just explain that bullet, please?
It is referring to the explanation that I've been giving, that these cases, because they were increasing, and then as they are reflected on each report, then the IMC was also starting to take note of them, then, because that will influence even the resources and the budget for the trustee.
And it notes that the meeting indicated the team should pursue those cases.
Yes, as I explained, that if the meeting indicated that the team should pursue these cases as if they indirectly have relation to their mandate. So it started as an operational decision, but then during this meeting, it was then accepted as an indirect mandate, although it's not talking to the mandate of political killings dockets.
Can you comment on the second remark by the IMC?
The meeting also stressed the importance of strong and better coordinated intelligence operations as the key to successful investigations and prosecution. That was the time when we had the team that was at least 98% capacitated, sufficient, and we were then able to deliver in line with the plan in terms of activities and the timelines, because we had better coordination from within the expertise. And there was also, by that time now, an understanding, as I explained yesterday, that when we call people up, they come in with their understanding of how things are done. So indeed, it took time for the team to gel and understand that the methodology here is in a process format. Hence, then there was this comment.
Okay. And the third bullet? Can you comment on the third bullet?
The involvement of private security firms or is concerning and the meeting indicated that the team should work with private security industry regulation authority to do the inspections on compliance. The team had adopted a concept of compliance inspections because we had since realized that the firearms that are normally used are belonging to the private security companies as well as municipalities. That is why we were struggling then to get the firearm that will link with a political killing case. Then we started the compliance inspection. The criteria will be when we identify the hit orderer, then we will profile the hit orderer until we get to I must choose the word now, an associate who is having a private security company owning firearms. That is when then we will go for compliance inspections. And in most of the compliance inspections that we conducted, we will find that the caliber, because you will first profile the security company to identify and understand the firearms that the company is owning. Then when you go for compliance inspection, your focus is on a caliber that is fitting the one firearm that you are looking for. So when you get there, in most cases, the firearm that you are looking for is reported stolen 2 weeks ago. So that was an indication then for us to say we need to widen the scope and we have another example in the municipalities. One of the municipality, we were looking for the firearm that was used in killing the councillor. On records, that firearm then was found to have been booked to a particular security who's employed, security guard who's employed by the municipality. We did find that firearm from that security guard, but we found it was sliced like a bread, so as then it cannot be used for ballistic purposes. But we did find the firearm. So this was during the time when we were realizing that the struggle for us to find the firearms that are used, it's because they are most of them within the private security companies and municipalities.
Nevertheless, the meeting noted the progress made on recovering firearms. And if you could just read the fourth bullet.
More especially the increase of the firearms, the number to 181, it was mainly because of that compliance inspection, because we will find a lot of unlicensed firearms within private security companies and municipalities.
So it was 181 firearms, ammunition, and magazines recovered.
Yes.
And that was since, it says, the re-establishment of the task team, not the establishment. So
since July 2018.
So that's July 2018. Okay, and then again, request for more progress reports. And what we see after this is that there are no minutes for the years 2020 and 2021. Can you explain that?
Yes, Commissioners, as we are all aware, those years were years when we had a problem of COVID. So the meeting Yeah, that's correct, Commissioners.
It's dated 2 February 2022. Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was present, Commissioner.
And again, we see the similar format, a very detailed briefing. And this briefing was by the Acting Provincial Commissioner again, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
If we can just go then to the resolutions, which is on page 96. There are 5 resolutions, 5 bullet points. Can you explain the first bullet point?
Thank you, Commissioners. The resolutions, in most cases, the resolutions will be linked with the challenges that will be brought to the attention of the IMC by the team. So the first one that talks to the must be specialized or dedicated court for political related cases. That was during the time when we were experiencing delays at court. We had so many trial-ready cases, but now because they were competing on the court roll with other local cases, looking at the task team being time-bound and being a project, then there was that request that the dedicated court be provided, of which then the ministry had identified that Saudi court case that after threat and risk assessment and other processes, mainly because of the conditions of the cells in that court, then the interdepartmental, especially the provincial steering committee, decided against the use of the court. Then the next one talks to the dedicated prosecution team at lower courts to deal with firearm-related cases. The main problem there was, as the team will register a case of possession of unlicensed firearm, and the dedicated team of prosecutors are dealing with politically related, more especially if the firearm is not linked with the case. Now, those cases were also suffering a lot, and then the team thought that maybe they must also put up that request for their cases that are at lower courts to have the dedicated prosecution team.
And did that happen?
Unfortunately, it did not happen, Commissioners.
Okay, if you can just then finish with reference to the 3rd bullet point on these minutes.
The Department of Correctional Services should improve on security, especially unlawful access to cell phones by inmates, and report in the next meeting. This has been an ongoing problem up to date, but it was something that was also brought up by the task team for the IMC to assist on. There were lots of proposals that were put on, but were not implemented. That is why we still have the same problem. And it's one of the reasons why the request that was approved and the recommendation to use Kokstad prison, because communication within that prison is impossible.
So that concludes those minutes. The next set of minutes is CJC 17, and that meeting took place on 5 September 2023. Were you present at this meeting, General Khumalo?
Yeah, yes, Commissioners.
Now, this meeting, again, followed the similar format to the previous meetings, except that the report of the work of the PKTT was presented by you and not the Provincial Commissioner. Is that correct? Page 100.
Yes, that is correct.
And again, as with the previous reports, it's a very detailed briefing. And it goes on for quite a number of pages. I don't know if there's anything specific you want to highlight in relation to this meeting. If not, we'll just go to the end of the minutes.
There is nothing more other than to flag that on this report we had included a threat and risk assessment because it was a build-up to the upcoming local government elections.
So can we then go to page 123? And you'll see this is a section dealing with remarks by other members present in the meeting.
Yes.
There are a number of comments here. Are there any, there's some that are notable. Some of the issues that are addressed here are issues that seem to recur. The importance of dedicated courts, for example. But we also see that the Deputy Minister indicated that he agrees with the recommendations of the task team and that the team should be enhanced. What did that mean, that the team should be enhanced?
It was referring to the increasing workload and also in preparation for the upcoming local government elections. Hence, then, after the TRA was presented, that formed part of the remarks and resolutions by the IMC.
Okay, so it was linked to the threat and risk assessment and then the upcoming elections,
yes.
The need for enhancement. So then there's a bullet that says some members have been taken back to their original station. Why is that?
It was one of the challenges that we were starting to experience where some environments will then want their members then to return for various reasons, which was then identified as one, it was affecting our capacity looking at the work that we had on hand, but also it was affecting our turnaround time because now as you receive a new person who's not familiar with the methodology, it will take some time for that person to gel in. But that was basically what we're experiencing. Maybe to add, there is a point above that talks to the minister indicating that the task team is also now involved in the investigation of Fort Hare University cases. That was after the extension of the mandate. Now that also affected our capacity because we had to move then other members of the team to relocate to the Eastern Cape. That was one of the reasons why then the capacity was a problem.
Thank you. I note that 2 bullets from the bottom that the Minister Lamola commended the work of the task team. And then on the next page, page 124, we have the resolutions. And can you read out the last two bullet points?
The last two bullet points of the recommendations, first one being the success of the task team should be communicated to the nation via press briefing. The second one, the task team cannot be dissolved, it must continue.
And that is the end of the minutes of the meeting for September 2023. Was there any other IMC meeting after that? Maybe we don't have minutes.
There were no other IMCs because this one was the last IMC towards elections. Hence, then it had also a recommendation or a threat and risk assessment and a recommendation of enhancing it, and also the decision not to dissolve it. I should think that maybe in line with the change of administration, this is the last decision taken by this IMC that it should not be dissolved, so as the next IMC, when it comes in, it continues this good work that this current IMC have seen.
So I have a question about that, because if the meeting takes this resolution that it must not be dissolved, is it because there were discussions before that contemplating that the PKTT should be disbanded?
Not as far as I understand it. It can only be that in our reports, we will also look at the timeline. If it's towards the end of the financial year, then the Provincial Steering Committee, the National Steering Committee, and the IMC will have that as a point of discussion and a resolution to take at all levels, so as then when the new financial year starts, the team knows that they have to prepare for the extension.
Okay. So in addition to this regular meetings or this oversight by the IMC, there were also monitoring by the Provincial Steering Committee and the National Steering Committee.
Yes.
And by this point in time, then, September 2023, were you informed of concerns? I just want to confirm that this is what you're saying, maybe put it differently. You were not informed of concerns of the work of the PKTT and the need to close it?
No, I was not informed of any concerns or complaints. I was only aware of the commendations of the good work by the team, because there is the last unminuted meeting where the team had to brief the president himself on the progress. That was then the last meeting before elections.
So, as far as you were aware, the task team was conducting itself in a manner that, there were no concerns that were raised with you as far as its performance goes, and as far as the monitoring goes, was that monitoring of the work and the achievement of your objectives, as well as your finances? Was there monitoring over your budget?
Yes, that was done simultaneously at all levels, from the Provincial Steering Committee up to IMC. But then the financials were monitored at national level by the CFO.
By the CFO at national level?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll return then to the 31st December letter.
Before you do that, General, you have a meeting, the last meeting is in 2023, September. And the meeting before that is in February 2022. And your explanation for the gap from 2019 to 2022 is the COVID intervention. Now, the next meeting is then in 2022, and then more than a year later, September 2023, it seems that's when you have your next meeting. Yeah. If that is correct, why is that so? Why was there such a long gap?
Thank you, Commissioner. As although it's not my meeting, because it's the IMC and we were not in control of their calendar. So at tactical level, as per the plan, the meetings were taking place every day, accounting meetings. And then same applies to MAJOC level, Provincial Steering Committee. There was then I won't say a problem, but the regular meetings at National Steering Committee as well as IMC between 22, after COVID, between 22 and 23, they were not as regular as they were. One then can maybe, because their main role was to monitor and evaluate and assess that the team is performing. One will say maybe they did not see the need to meet as regular as before, because they had since assessed the situation and confirmed that indeed the performance is as they are expecting.
Thank you for that explanation. And then secondly, the team is constituted for the first time in 2018, right?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that the chronology, as I understand it, is correct. And then in 2018, where you started, you've given a list of the different ministers who were involved in their department. So, for example, and maybe let's just start there. I won't take you through each one of them. I'll just hop along as we go on. So you had Minister Cele there as the Minister of Police. You had Minister Mapisa Ngakula, Minister Masuta, and Minister Letsatsi Duba. And then you had the Premier Mkunu and MEC Kaunda. That is in 2018, when you have your first meeting. And then you have your second meeting, it's CJC 11 at page 19. You have the same people. If you look at that page 19, you have Minister Cele, Minister Letsatsi Duba, and then you have Premier Mkunu, and then in apologies, you have Minister Letsatsi Duba somehow. But it's all the same names. You have Mkunu and you have Kaunda. It's all the same names. And that's in 2018 still. And then in 2019, if you would just go to, just hold on for me. If you would just go to CJC 14, which starts at page 59, that you continue there, the same ministers. But then at some point, this is 2019, and then at some point there's a change of ministers, and that's the point that I just want to make sure I get right. This is now in 2019, July, at page 73, CJC 15. You still have Minister Cele, and then you have under apologies, Minister Mapisa Ngakula, still defense, and then now you have a different minister, Minister Lamula for justice, and then you have, for the first time, Deputy Minister Makwetla for defense and military veterans, and then Deputy Minister Kodwa. Makwetla is deputy as well. And then you have Deputy Minister Kodwa as Deputy Minister of State Security, and then MEC Kaunda. You see where I'm reading? It's at page 7. Yes, I'm told that in 2019, that's when we had the next election. Now,
National elections here.
yes, now we have a new minister, Lamula for justice. We have a new administration, basically. And the ministerial committee continues to exist. Was there ever a break about it, that a new ministerial committee still has to be constituted after that election in 2019?
Thanks, Commissioner. There's never been a break. The IMC has been continuing with its meetings since the establishment. The elections came, and then the political leadership will change, but the ministries will continue. That's why we will see the new names of the ministers coming on board after elections.
Yes. And you see that in 2022 as well, at page 84, this is your February meeting, and then if you turn to 85, you now have Premier Zikalala as a premier, and then you have Deputy Minister Matale, and under apologies, you now have Minister of Defense Modise and Lamula. So the departments continue and ministries continue to be represented, even though there was a change of administration and ministers.
That is correct, Commissioner. Even at provincial level, the first premier who started with the initial was Premier Mkunu. Then as we move on, Premier Zikalala, because of elections again. So the political figures will change, but the ministries will remain within the IMC.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioners. General Khumalo, the National Steering Committee, did the members of the National Steering Committee change over time?
Yes, Commissioners, as it was the case with IMC, also within the steering committees, there will be those changes. If we recall, at the beginning of the task team reconfigured one 2018, the Deputy National Commissioner was General Zumane, who retired after some few years, and then Lieutenant General Msigidi was appointed the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, and then she continued serving in the steering committee, National Steering Committee. So it was the case at all levels.
Thank you. We were dealing with Part C, so of your statement, and Part C of your statement deals with the disestablishment of the task team. And we began with the letter of 31 December. Can we now move to paragraph 135? You've explained to some extent that you had not been informed about the concerns about the PKTT before the 31st of December, and you were also not consulted about any decision to disband before the 31st of December. You received the letter, no, did you receive the letter? When did you become aware of it? We've dealt with the contents, but when did it actually come to your attention?
Perhaps before the General deals with it, and please hold your thought on that. General, I just want to ask you a couple of questions relating to how matters ought to have unfolded. I'm not suggesting that they did not unfold the way they should have. In your experience, could Minister Mkhunu have been in a position to take the disbandment decision without being briefed?
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on my experience since 2018 as to how the processes and the project itself has been managed, as I explained, how it came about in 2018, and then also the impact or the effect of either or especially of elections. One will say, because after the last IMC of 2023 that took a decision that the task team should not be disbanded, it was also meaning that the IMC will continue overseeing even after elections. So my response will be, according to my view, it was not supposed to be like that.
And again, in your experience, who ought to have briefed Minister Mkhunu?
There was a standing procedure of chairperson of briefing the principals. Maybe if I may answer that, starting with the last briefing on the last administration that was given to the IMC in 2023, and then few months before elections to the president. So one would have thought that with the new administration coming in, and then there will be the either reactivation or continuation of the IMC like it happened in 2019, and then we brief the new ministries the way we have been doing. But coming closer home within SAPS, because PKTT was and still one of the projects, important projects of the department now. So it was also supposed to be part of the important briefings by SAPS management to the minister.
And who would those managers be? You say management.
Looking at the minutes as we have been going through, that will be
I'm focusing within SAPS now.
Yeah,
let us forget for a minute about the IMC.
Yes, Chairperson. Looking at the minutes, as I'm saying, all the briefings will start with myself preparing the briefing note as the project manager. But then that would have been informed by either the Provincial Steering Committee chairperson, who will say, I have a request to brief the new minister, or the National Steering Committee chairperson, the National Commissioner, who will say, I have this request or I've initiated. So I'll prepare the presentation, but I will be the one doing the briefing itself to the minister.
Perhaps let me invert my question and ask this. If it was the minister's idea, as indeed it was here, to disband the PKTT, who should the minister have consulted or sought a briefing from? So that is now, because you are telling me about a situation where you would be the initiator in terms of briefing, which briefing would then go upwards. Now I'm saying, if the minister, as it indeed happened, wanted to disband the PKTT, who did he have to consult? Who must he have consulted?
Thank you, Commissioner. According to my understanding and my view, it first needed the minister to have the understanding of the background, which will then automatically say, let me go to the ministries that have been busy with this up until 2023, before elections, and then now we are new political figures in these ministries. Then, according to me, that was supposed to be the first stop in terms of consultation. Of course, then looking at the background, of course, then with also, or in consultation with the president, and thereafter the message then will go down as it happened when it was established.
On the information that you must have received by now, did the minister take any of the steps that you are referring to? Did the minister make contact with any of the members of the IMC? Did the minister consult the top management of the SAPS, which I assume would obviously include the National Commissioner, and perhaps even you as the project manager? Did the minister do any of those?
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on the information that I've received up until now, the minister did not consult any of the incumbents of the ministries that are making up the IMC. And also to add, even the information also received up until now, even the current deputy ministers were not consulted, of which then with the previous IMC, by then we had one deputy minister of police who was now and again in attendance on some of the IMCs. So at that level, I will say, based on the information that I've received up to now, there was no consultation at that level. And then on the second level below, I will confirm that we have never have been given an opportunity to brief or also to be consulted before the decision was taken.
The minister knows best why he did not do any of that if, as you say, he indeed did not do it. But I will still ask you this. Do you know why the minister did not do any of these?
I will not definitely know as to why that consultation did not happen, Commissioner. But according to my view, that I will hold on to it up until I'm given the real reason. I will hold on to the view of what was happening during December, the busiest month of them all in terms of PKTT, their support and assistance to the GCI ops. All that can be supported by our operation that took place on the 14th of May, when we had to analyze the communication, which was starting to give us more supportive information as to why we say the reason was because of the activities of December. I pointed towards the format of the letter. According to me, it's my view again, it was not a letter that was given the attention that it deserves. That needs to be crafted such that, so it talks to the letter that had to be speedily finalized, and now looking at the happenings of December, I will stick to my view up until I get the official reasons for not consultation and for disbanding.
Lastly, do you not find it strange that on something so important with as much history as it had, that what the minister says is so terse or so brief and without much substantiation? Do you not find that strange? I'm referring to page 204, paragraph 3 of the letter, and that's annexure SDK 24. Do you not find that strange?
Indeed, Chairperson, I find it very strange, hence my comment that my assessment of the letter is a letter that had to be fast-tracked, not really having the strategic view of the issues that are raised, because there are areas that are supposed to be detailed. And excuse me. So those details will only be informed by the briefings that are received prior to the crafting of the letter. And also the other reason that one can put forward is it's something that we are still going to touch on my further evidence. When then we got an opportunity to give a very detailed briefing in the form of a report, a 27-page report, that is almost giving my whole evidence in this commission in terms of the background, all the steps, what has been happening from the legal framework, the legality of the team, to the oversight activities. So the report is containing everything. but that report was submitted on the 22nd of January. It's not back and signed with any comments up to date. So that I can use it as another reason why one will hold the view that the mission was to disband in December before I'm briefed. Even if I'm briefed afterwards, I don't show any interest. That is my interpretation.
Thank you, General. I hope you still remember your question, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate
Yes, I do.
Hassim, before you continue, it's not a question, just to confirm for the record. Because there are two deputy ministers of police, the deputy minister I believe General was referring to is Deputy Minister Matale. And we see that in the IMC minutes of 2 February 2022, CJ 16, he was in attendance. And the last IMC of 5 September 2023, CJC 17, he was in attendance. Just so that there's no confusion when we read the transcript later.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, if I may, it's a follow-up on the chairperson's discussion with the General. General, we looked at that minute of September 2023, and you read into the record under resolutions that last bullet point at page 124, and I'll read it to you. It says the task team cannot be dissolved. It cannot be dissolved. It must continue. You read that as one of the resolutions. Why would such a resolution have been passed? And specifically, my question is, was there, before this resolution was passed or in that meeting, was there ever discussion about the task team being dissolved?
Thank you, Commissioner. The report, especially at the end of the financial year of government, will have a TRA and a recommendation from operational level, and then which will then be endorsed by the Provincial Steering Committee as well as the National Steering Committee. So at IMC, it will go as a resolution that has been taken at operational level, because the operational level is at Directors General level, those that are financing and resourcing the team. So my understanding, the resolution was informed by the end of the term of the current IMC representatives, that it was the last one before the elections. So that is my understanding, but I can only talk to at the lower level, which is the process that was happening annually, so as then it can inform their decisions as Directors Generals.
Thank you for that. If you go back one page, and I must apologize, Ms. Hassim, I had meant to get clarification on this, and I realize now. If you go back one page, 123 to 123, and then the fourth bullet point from the bottom, 123, and then the fourth bullet point, it says from the bottom, sorry, it says some members have been taken back to their original station. Can you see what I'm reading? Page 123. And the heading is remarks by other members present in the meeting.
Yes, Commissioner.
You see that? And then if you start from the top, it's bullet point 6. If you start from the top.
Yes, Commissioner.
And it says some members have been taken back to their original stations. Can you just explain what was going on there? Because on the face of it, it may feed into the idea that...
Rise and shine, Milo.
wanted their members back for various reasons. So we raised it as a concern as we were reporting at all levels that is affecting the performance of the team. Sometimes the unit commander will say, I need this member back, I'll replace this member with this one, which was then, as I've said, was taking us backwards, because now you have to start a 2-year training on a new person that is new. But sometimes also it was not with replacements. But the issue of it being clear was the extension of the mandate that was like affecting the capacity, as I've made an example of the Fort Hare deployment, where we had to take about 15 to 16 members now to be on that side.
Lastly, General, between the September 23 resolution and this letter in the busy month of December, the 31st of December letter, in that intervening period, was there ever discussion within the SAPS management or between the SAPS management and the previous minister, Cele, about dissolving the PKTT? Was there ever such formal discussions?
No, there's never been any discussion during the time of the former minister, Cele, between that period.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thanks, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloya. If I can just follow up on your trend of questions with one more, to confirm this. While there was not that discussion on dissolving, is it correct understanding that every year there was a discussion on whether to extend the life of the team? So it's another way the flip side of the question is, while there wasn't a discussion on dissolution, every year there was a discussion on extension. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners, but that discussion will be at a national commissioners level, or I will say at national steering committee level. I've said the reason is, as the financial year is coming to an end, the Directors General must plan for the new year. So it will be, because each and every department that is part of this interdepartmental was and is carrying the cost by itself. So that's why there will be that discussion. They will mainly request for the threat and risk assessment, the progress made, and then a detailed report, so as then they are able to take that informed decision at their level.
Okay, thank you. But so it wasn't a discussion with the administerial level?
No.
In fact, in bullet point 4 on the same page, the recommendation was the enhancement rather than the winding down of the task team, as I understand it, on page 123. And that was supported by Deputy Minister Matale. Bullet point 4?
Yes, I'm there, Commissioner. That is correct. So hence, in my response from the chairperson's question, I had said, if the process that led to the disbandment letter had followed the normal process, it was not supposed to be that difficult, because the Deputy Minister of Police who is still the the second deputy minister of police, was in the last IMC present and these resolutions taken. So if then there was consultation, I am made to believe that he was going to refer to the minutes of the meeting that he had attended, so as he can be able to brief the new minister accordingly in terms of the resolutions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, okay. I'm struggling to get movement with this. This day, I'm still on the same paragraph. And I'm not even going to get there yet. I have another question, which is, you were not informed, you said, about the concerns. You were not consulted about the decision before the letter of 31 December. Despite the fact that you are the project manager of the PKTT. Were you, once the decision was made and this letter was prepared, was the letter then forwarded to you, seeing as it affects you? At least two of the paragraphs affect you, because the first is on the freezing of posts within crime intelligence, and then the third is the PKTT disbandment. So when did you become aware of the letter formally? I know you said you saw it on social media, but was it sent to you formally in your capacity as Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence?
Thank you, Commissioners. The only time the letter was shared with me officially was on the 14th of January, which is like 2 weeks after it has been out, when the National Commissioner came back from leave and then called me in for the discussion of this letter, and then he handed over the file with the letter. So that was the first time, I will say, I confirmed that it's not fake news. It's indeed an official communication between the minister and the National Commissioner. That was the 14th of January.
That was the first time the letter itself was formally provided to you.
Yes.
So let's go back then to your statement, because your involvement in the beginning of the notification to you, as I understand it, is on the 7th of January. And if we can start there with SDK 23. And this is an email that's sent to you on the 7th of January 2025. Can you explain what this email is saying to you?
Let me go there, let's see.
It's page 201. Is it not in your bundle?
It's an empty page.
Missing page. Okay, we have two options. One is you could look at the screen, if you're able to see the screen, and while we locate a replacement for you, because it's just one page that we need to provide you with.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners. On Tuesday, the 7th of January, I received the email from a Colonel Afnand from the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, that had the heading, Deactivation of the Political Killings Task Team. So looking at the heading, I associated the heading with one of the points that I've seen on the letter that is on the social media. Then the message was the DNC Crime Detection has directed the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report for sign off by the 13th of January. That is the email as received, and it had no attachment. It was just this email that officially I could not understand it, hence there was no further action to it because it is just having that one line without any attachment for me to have a proper understanding of the background of the directive.
And if we could just scroll down, please. Right. So what was being forwarded to you was an email that was sent to the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection.
Yes.
Is that right?
That is correct.
And can you just read the last paragraph of that email?
Your office, which is the office now of the Deputy National Commissioner, is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on the 14th of January 2025 for NATCOM's, which is the short word of National Commissioner's consideration and sign off to the Minister.
Okay, so this email was forwarded to you, and the request was for you to prepare a closing report for sign-off by 13 January.
That is correct.
And did you have any communication at this point in time with the National Commissioner about a closing report?
Yes, in fact, I did have the communication even before the 7th, as I've indicated that from the 1st, when this letter was trending, I was receiving lots of questions and calls from the team members, from the stakeholders and PA, from correctional services, from everybody. And I could not answer them. Hence, then I had made a call to the National Commissioner whilst he was on leave to help me with the information so as I'm able to respond. Then I got the response that he is also in the dark. The best thing is just wait until I come back. That is exactly what I did. I disowned the letter from the 1st when it started trending up until the 14th when I received it officially, and we had an opportunity now to discuss and try to understand it with the National Commission.
And did you raise your concerns with the National Commissioner at that point in time?
Indeed. My first call was a complaint to say I'm receiving lots of calls and I do not know what to tell people from the task team members to the stakeholders. Now help me, what must I say? And the advice was, tell them as I'm telling you that we do not know what's happening. We are still going to try and clarify the issues and then we'll come back to them.
So when you get this email from General Sibia's office saying that you need to prepare a closing report by 13 January, what did you do? Did you begin to prepare the report or did you do nothing?
I did not do anything, commissioners, because as I've indicated, there was no attachment. I did not want to legitimize and think that the letter that is trending, this email is referring to it. For one main reason, the heading of the email is talking to one subject matter amongst the 3 subject matters that are in the letter that is trending. That was the first reading, the first reason. But secondly, without the attachment itself, it was not easy to understand the directive from the Deputy National Commissioner because it's one line. Then for me to be able to understand this one line, there must be this attachment that I must go through and understand. So hence then my decision not to do anything, instead to wait for the National Commissioner to come back from leave as per our agreement.
So then if we go to 138, paragraph 138 of your statement.
Before you do that, General, this at 2:01, these emails, the bottom email of the 3rd of January from Brigadier Lutoko. Now we know from the National Commissioner's evidence that on the 3rd of January he was on leave, and you have confirmed that. That's correct.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Right. Who was the acting National Commissioner at this point?
The appointed acting National Commissioner was Lieutenant General Musigidi.
It wasn't General Sibia?
No, it was not General Sibia.
Okay, and then in that email of the 3rd, it's addressed to, and you do mention in your statement, at paragraph 135, the email is addressed to Captain Keketsi Sibongile and Mabula TR, and then copied to General Sibia and General Sibula. Where in terms of office does Captain Keketsi sit? In whose office?
Captain Keketsi is in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner at Crime Detection, Lieutenant General CB.
And Mabula TR, do you know?
I won't know, Commissioners.
And then Sibula FM? General Sibula?
Sibula FM is in the office of the National Commissioner. She is the executive manager.
Yes. And then in the email to you, which is the email of the 7th of January, it is addressed to you, and then it's addressed to you and to Captain Sibongile. And it doesn't appear that anyone from the Office of the National Commissioner is copied on that email. Am I correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Balois. So, let's go to the 14th of January. This is when the National Commissioner returns from leave. And can you just tell the Commissioner about the discussion you had with the National Commissioner on that day?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm not going to repeat what I had explained because the understanding and the confusion that one had when the letter was still unofficially trending continued even during this meeting, because both of us, we could not really understand the letter itself as to what might be informing these directives. But when it comes to the timelines that were on point number 3, there was also a long discussion between myself and the National Commissioner as to what is the meaning of a preliminary report that is required on the 20th. Because now that discussion came after the National Commissioner had said, go and prepare the preliminary report. I said, but when I read, I don't understand as to what is the preliminary report. So I want the understanding, so as whatever that I go and draft, it's what is required on the 20th. Is the preliminary report that talks to how are you going to disband, or is the preliminary report that talks to how this task team came about, or the progress report, or what is happening? So we had a long discussion, hence then the preliminary report that was submitted ended up having both. So as at least if you are wrong, but we have given, because the first part of the 27-page report is giving a detailed briefing that has never happened before of the task team, the performance, the challenges, and other issues that one felt that maybe the minister is. In that report, we are addressing even the issues that were on the media space around the political killing task team. So because of the confusion and lack of understanding, we ended up compiling the mother of all preliminary report that will cover everything. And then at the end, then it talks to what the National Commissioner also understood to be, might be the preliminary report in terms of disbandment process.
You say, General, it was a two-part report. The first part, where I think you were justifying to the minister why the PKTT existed. How did you conclude that part? We went through that report, I think, when General Masemula was testifying, but I do not think that we focused on what you have just mentioned now, which is that the report was a two-part report. So how did you conclude on the first part?
The reason why we ended up agreeing to have a report in that format, we had a long discussion on what
General.
informed.
So I'm very sorry, General. I'm not asking why you decided to have a two-part report.
I want to show you two.
I'm asking what in the end
graphs I have on the
you
dashboard,
said
on the
in that
CIR
report
dashboard. The first
with
one
regard
comes
to
from the
or in
components
relation
in
to
the
first
JIRA
part.
tickets.
Did you conclude that
And
the PKTT
if I
therefore
use that
ought not to be disbanded?
to
That's
determine
what I
what
want
component
to hear you on.
is having issues or getting
Thank
too many
you,
tickets on it.
Commissioner, if I understand
But
the
it's not
question
really
very
useful
well.
at this stage.
If one
We've done it for the past year.
try
With
to
this
summarize the
chart is for
last part of the
current
report.
year.
The last part of the first part.
The JIRA tickets are not being updated in the component.
Did I understand you
No,
to
the-
say
the-
that? Did I understand you to say
Now,
that
I know that
your
there are
report
a
was
lot of
in two
duplicates
parts?
coming
Did I
from
understand you correctly?
Cell C.
Yes, sir.
The
came
first
from
part
Cell C, and
explaining why the
I still need to
PKTT
figure out a way to
existed.
pull
Is
data
that
out.
correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So what I'm
However,
asking
if
you
we-
is, let's just focus on that part, the first part.
go
What
there.
was your conclusion, if any, on the first part? Did you reach a conclusion at all? Perhaps a conclusion that said,
And-
Minister, the PKTT ought not to be
Look at the ticket.
disbanded because of
already
all
closed.
the reasons that we
in
give
May,
above? Or
but
did you not conclude
Only Mozambique, I
specifically
think, have the component as
on the first
mandatory.
part or with regard to the first part?
When it comes to
Just
the
under the ticket, there's
discussion,
components, and
we
it says
concluded
none.
that the task team
If you
ought
click on
not
it,
to be
you'll get all the
disbanded.
components.
But one then has to refer
And
to
if
the
there are
report
components
itself and
still required, you
confirm.
can
But
just speak to Sean.
at no stage
and
where
to add the
there was an
components.
agreement between the
But it's
two of
important
us
for
in that
statistical
discussion
purposes that we know
that
what
the team needs to be disbanded.
and how we
Thank you.
can.
Thank you, General.
use
I
that
see
thing.
that
Let me move it away.
it's 3 minutes past 1.
How we can get the
Let
data
us
that we
adjourn
need.
and resume at
So when you get a
2
ticket,
at 5 past
please
2.
update the
Let's
component.
adjourn.
I know
Thank you, Chair.
it's a lot of work on Cell C. You have to do SMAX and JIRA, but please update the JIRA ticket with the components. Because from this, I cannot figure out what part of the system is having a problem. Similarly, the MS hours in the last 30 days, the component is empty. Those two is what we use to see, even though it may be a small component, 3 tickets or something like that, but we could have spent a lot of time on that. So please update the components. Now, focus list. Let's see, Arnu is not here. Clement is not here. Who else? Check.
Stop line. I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
I don't touch anything. No, I haven't.
Okay. So you haven't looked at anything there. We need to look at the due dates. I will have to adjust them. If you can give me due dates for when you'll be able to attend, Clement, please.
I'm almost off next week Friday, please.
Follow them.
Yeah.
Okay. I will adjust them afterwards.
I'm currently dealing with a lot of escalations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, next week.
I'll also try and see if there's some stuff I can delegate.
Okay, please delegate or close if it's already handled in a different way. Just trying to get the date for next week, Friday. It is the 14th.
In our culture, Clement, we don't say old people are lying. We say that they're confused.
Okay.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it.
Okay.
Meet Base 44.
Jack, automatic KBL reports. How are we? Where are we with that? Jack may be hanging. Are you still there, Jack? No. Joshua is not here. Elion, domain aliases for starting and stopping.
Yeah, so on my side, for that one, I did do it and I did test it on PPT. It still came back successfully. I'm just gonna have to have a session with Clement for it, and then do the same thing in production for those dispatches. So that's the. So I plan on having a.
Sorry, hold on. Ek het dan afgemaak, like, Yannick, can you please just sit for the review there? Okay, no problem.
Okay, so yeah, so I plan on setting up a session for with Yannick then tomorrow.
Okay, set up a session. Let's just open that one.
Then I'll log a change. Yeah, then I'll log a change immediately to also do it in production. After that.
Back there. And the restart of the style dispatcher.
Oh, that's the same thing.
It's very similar. Or is it the same?
It's the same thing. It's the same CRR.
I thought so. Canceling it. So,
Yes. What?
So you've deployed the dynamic loader on BI, PPD.
Yes, I'm actually.
What's the plan for project?
So yeah, so like for PPD, the changes that were made to the dynamic loader that was on there, I'm gonna update it now. I'm looking at this here on how to update those changes, and then now I'm just gonna have to also take that to production, which I will do. I just need to confirm a few things first with Manga before I do that. But it should be going.
efforts to brief the minister on the PKTT, but that the minister never followed through on setting up these briefing sessions. Do you see that?
It's paragraph?
Paragraph 139, it's the last sentence.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So how do you know this, that the commissioner made numerous efforts?
The meeting of the 14th, it was around mainly our realization that the decision was not based on any briefing that had been provided by us. So we realized the need of maybe providing that belated briefing so as we can get to the understanding of the reasons, because the main issue was about the reasons that are not clearly put on the letter of the 31st. So now and again when we talk, we will talk about him trying to set up that appointment for the briefing.
So you began working on the report, but even before you presented...
Sorry, before you go on, do you have any knowledge whether these numerous efforts to secure a briefing session, do you know whether those efforts were made in writing or orally by the National Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioners. I won't be able to know as to whether it was in writing or verbally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you say you began to prepare the report, but even before you completed that report and submitted it to the minister, you had a meeting with the minister on the 16th of January 2025.
Yes, Commissioners. The meeting on the 14th, as I've indicated, that we were discussing and speculating on lots of reasons for the letter, more especially with regard to the two issues that are part of the letter. Hence, then we decided that the National Commissioner initiate another meeting where we can be able to brief the minister on the issues that were all over the social media regarding the division crime intelligence, and also to brief the minister on the GCI ops that had already at the advanced stage, and it was at the takedown stage, so as then he can get the background as to how it came about. So those were all the discussions that we were having. Hence, then the request for the briefing on the 16th of January.
So the request for the meeting with the minister was made by the National Commissioner?
That is correct.
And who else was present at this meeting?
In this meeting, because it was going to include the discussion on the GCI ops, the request was specific that it will be the three of us, the minister, the National Commissioner, and myself only.
Okay, so at this meeting, you made a presentation, and that presentation has been made available to the Commission. At least a part of it has been made available to the Commission, and that's at CJC 21. It's the exhibits file, file 1.
Sorry, Ms. Asimi said CJC 21.
CJC 21. Is that? Let me know once you've found it. Have you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So the first page is the title of the presentation, and the next few pages. Can you tell us what these concern before we look at each page?
The next pages are containing mainly the motive behind the activities of the Big Five cartel, respective roles, as well as their identification. And then also the second slide talks to the identification of the senior officers within SAPS that had been identified to be working with the cartel.
So, so it's the GCI Ops briefing.
GCI Ops briefing.
So the first slide, can we turn to the first slide and just after the title slide?
Yes.
This is the briefing on the Vereeniging case.
Yes.
Okay. So I see that on the right-hand side of this slide, there are a number of names that run down of police officers.
That's
so
correct,
can you just explain that to the Commission?
Yes, we were painting the picture of the support structure of the cartel, concentrating mainly within SAPS, those officers that had been identified to be working with the cartel.
So would you like to name them? It's the column on the right-hand side.
Yes, some I will be able to name them. Some I'll be able to name them because they've come up in the evidence that has been led to the Commission. Lieutenant General Sibiya, Major General Shibiri, Brigadier Nkwashu, Captain Mahotle, by that time were the names identified.
So these were the names identified by the 16th of January already?
Yes.
The fourth name that you are not naming, what is the reason for that? As it appears here.
The reason is because there are still investigations that are at a critical stage.
And then if you turn over this page to the next slide, what is this, what's the purpose of this presentation?
The next slide, it's going into details on the same, but talking to the structure of the SAPS officers identified to be working with the cartel, but on a standalone.
So so I'm assuming when you're briefing the minister on this, you're providing the minister with details as to why you have these members of the SAPS as potential implicated persons in your investigations.
That is correct. On our verbal briefing and also on our speaker notes, we had all the facts as well as evidence that had been collected by then that are linking the identified to the cartel.
And what was the response of the minister to this presentation? I would imagine this must have been quite shocking for the minister.
It's supposed to be shocking, hence then I will say it was shocking, but then with the comments that we can continue with the project or investigation, and also will provide him continuous briefings as we move on.
Sorry, just to clarify that, so he confirmed that you can continue with the investigations into those suspected implicated members?
Yes.
So that was on the 16th of January. And the next thing that happens, according to your statement, is the very next day, you receive a letter from General Sibiya. And we can go to that letter. It's SDK 25. Now, this letter is dated 17 January. Had you had any communication with General Sibiya between the first email you received on the 7th of January from his office for the close-up report? So between the 7th of January and this letter, did you have any communication with General Sibiya?
After I received the email on the 7th, there were a few calls that I received from him trying to find out as to how far. Then those questions will be met from my side with the same explanation that I've given, that I do not understand what is it that I need to do, because you just forwarded to me an email without an attachment, so as then I can understand what is it that I need to do. So our discussions were around that, and then there was also somewhere during the discussions when then I indicated that I'll rather wait for the National Commissioner, to whom then the letter that was trending was addressed to, so as then I can officially understand what is it that must happen. So it was those discussions. And then, as I've indicated, on the 14th, when the National Commissioner came back, then we had those discussions and way forward, followed by the briefing on the 16th, and then preparing for the report for the 20th of January, as per the letter. But then, after the briefing on the 16th, then on the 17th, I then received the letter as per Annexure 25.
Okay. So the communications you had with General Sibiya when he was calling you to ask about the progress of writing the report before 17 Jan, did you discuss the decision of the minister at all, and what informed the decision?
With General Sibiya, no,
Yes.
we did not get to that discussion. It was a matter of, because even when he made those calls, he will ask us to how far with the report. Am I going to get the report? Then my response will be the same, that I'm nowhere. I've not started because I do not know what to compile in terms of this report because of this one-line email that is without an attachment. And for me to understand, as I've indicated, even when the National Commissioner came back, it was still a problem to understand. Now, if I could not understand without the attachment, if I could not understand when there was an attachment, it was worse than when we were discussing the issue of the report when I had not received an official attachment that, again, would have needed us to discuss so as we are on a common understanding. So that's why our discussions before the 14th, the National Commissioner came back, were not taking us anywhere.
And General Sibiya didn't offer you any information as to why the minister made the decision?
No. We did not get even to that part of the discussion. It was a matter of, as the email is saying, that one line, the report, the preliminary or the closing report, if I'm not mistaken, the closing report, because that is the other issue, that even if I wanted to use the unofficial letter that I had seen, the unofficial letter was talking of a preliminary report before or on the 20th. Then towards the end or somewhere of January, then the closing report. But I think during our discussion, I even raised that as one of the reasons why I'm stuck, because the email says provide the closing report, if I'm not mistaken. But the unofficial circulating letter says provide the preliminary report first before the closing report. So it was just those discussions.
So General Sibiya was asking you for the closing report, and was he putting you under pressure? I mean, was there a sense that it had to be done immediately?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only communication until 17 January when you received this letter?
When I received then this letter, that's correct.
So the letter is at page 206 of the annexures bundle. Can you just read paragraph 2 of that letter, please?
Paragraph 2 of the letter dated the 17th of January, it reads, on the 31st of December 2024, the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner to immediately deactivate and disband the NTTPK. This decision was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts.
So that sentence, the decision was informed by an assessment. Did General Sibiya, with with this letter, send you the assessment?
I've never received any assessment that was informing this sentence.
So you don't know what the assessment is that is being referred to?
Yes, Commissioner.
And in your, the assessment that the task team no longer contributed to policing efforts. Now, this is still 2020, this is early 2025. Can I please just cross-refer you to page 107? So we'll come back to this annexure, so that we stick with this page. But cross-refer to page 107 of the same bundle.
Yes,
there?
I'm there.
Can you just describe for the Commission what this document is?
The annexure is about the information note that was compiled by myself on the 27th of March 2024, and it was verified and approved by the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibia. It was a request for a financial authority for the financial year 2024-2025 of the National Task Team investigating political related cases in KZN, which is PKTT.
So can you go to paragraph 4 of the information note?
On paragraph 4, I included as a compiler the fact that the achievements, the performance, as well as successes of the task team has been found to be outstanding during the continuous evaluations by the National Steering Committee, the Interministerial Committee, and the President of the Republic. The current phase of the task team was approved up until 2024-03-31. So this information note was compiled on the 27th, which was 3 or 4 days before the expiry of the authority that was there, that was approved.
And it was recommended, so you compiled it, but it says on page 109, it was recommended by General Sibia. The findings, I mean, the
information note was recommended
Right.
by General Sibia
Yes.
on the 26th of March.
So he would have agreed with the assessment of the PKTT as of March 2024, as described in paragraph 4.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And this is the request for extension that was approved, if we see page 110, by the National Commissioner, but for a smaller amount than was requested.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And why was it approved for a smaller amount?
The reason can be found also on my recommendations and on page 109, that the first recommendation is for the whole estimated budget for the financial year to be approved. And then the second recommendation, it's an alternative, that whilst the final budget, because at the end of March, then the previous financial year's budget then ends to exist. And then there will be some months when then the budget allocation is being finalized. Hence then, because the task team had to continue from the 1st of April. So hence then that alternative to say, whilst the final budget allocation is being considered for the whole financial year, for that 94 million, a 2-month portion of the above estimated budget to be approved in order for the extension of the task team to be effected from the 1st of April 2024. So the approval of 20 million by the National Commissioner was talking to the second alternative recommendation of the approval of 15 million.
So, and what was the response of the Chief Financial Officer before we get to the National Commissioner?
Although I might struggle with both the handwriting and copy of another copy, the words that I can see, it's an amount of 20 million be approved for the financial year 24-25 financial year. And secondly, post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for 5 years. And the component organizational OD be tasked to urgently conduct a work study investigation for the establishment of a permanent structure in KZN.
Okay, so this, and then we go to the National Commissioner's approval, and if you can just read out the National Commissioner's approval.
Reading the National Commissioner's approval with comments in comparison with the CFO, the approval of 20 million is given in line with the recommendation of the CFO, who had also recommended the amount of 20 million. And then the National Commissioner continues and say, this is provisional, whilst the finalization of allocation is processed, which talks to my alternative recommendation, not the comments by the CFO. And then it continues, and the National Commissioner says, the task team will continue beyond elections, which now talks to the recommendation by the CFO that says, post-elections, the task team to be deactivated. Then the National Commissioner says, the task team will continue beyond elections, which is contrary to what the CFO had recommended. The reason given by the National Commissioner is, so long there is work to be done, the team cannot be localized to KZN, which is a direct disapproval of the recommendations by the CFO, the last part of the recommendations by the CFO.
The part where it says there should be a permanent structure in KZN, there should be consideration of a permanent structure.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So, and then after this 20 million approval, was in the adjustment, in the final allocation of the budget, was there an allocation then to the task team for the remainder of the financial year?
Indeed, that is correct.
So we have this information note, and we've established that General Sabia recommended it in line with the way in which you had prepared the report. And so between that's March and December, did anything happen to change the picture of the work of the PKTT between March, when this was approved? Well, we know in September 2024, there was still, no, that was September 23, sorry. So between March 24 and December 2024, did something happen that would give one pause and say that the work of the PKTT needs to be re-examined? Did something unusual occur?
From the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, as his recommendation of the political killings task team to continue because of its good work in March up until December 2024, there has been no other report or complaint contrary to that. Instead, although it's not part of my statement, there was a time when there were killings in the Eastern Cape, and the Deputy National Commissioner was on his way to attend to that, and he sent me a message to say, it looks like you'll have to prepare your PKTT, some of them to, that was before December, but it was between March 2024 and December, just to prove that the performance of the PKTT, that he was aware of the performance of the PKTT, because he had requested to extend the mandate of the PKTT then to that other investigation in the Eastern Cape. And in that communication, he even suggested that the team that is already in the Eastern Cape doing Fort Hare cases also do those cases that had happened in the Eastern Cape that he was attending to.
Okay. So the letter goes on to say then that the directive must, what General Sabia is saying is the directive requires immediate compliance, and that there are certain measures, sorry, paragraph,
where are we now?
page 206, back to the letter, page 206.
Yes, I'm there.
The directive requires immediate compliance, he says in paragraph 3. Yeah. And he asks you to undertake appropriate measures to ensure the effective disbandment of the team. And then he says the following: these measures must ensure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. In your statement, you disagree that the measures would not have this effect of disrupting, and I'd like you to explain that, please.
That is correct, Commissioners. Maybe before I even get there, the cross-referencing that we were doing now, it talks to the financial approval up until the end of March 2025, which was recommended by the Deputy National Commissioner. Now, if in December you don't even maybe raise that issue to say, but the minister's directive of immediate disbandment is also affecting the financial authority that is still on. So there will be some sort of wasteful expenditure. I'm citing that because of the cross-referencing that we were just talking to say, even from the office of the DNC, to write the immediate disbandment together with the financial year authority without raising that matter, especially with me, who wrote the information note that he recommended. I would have expected that maybe writing to me, my supervisor must tell me as to what is it that I must do now with the funds that are committed already until end of March. If now my supervisor says disband now, beginning of January, whereas the supervisor said, here is the financial authority that you can commit up until the end of March. Then coming back to the sub-paragraphs of paragraph 3, the measures that had been forwarded to me to implement or to put in place in order to ensure that the ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. It was the continuation of confusion because the paragraph before, it says disband now or immediately, although it's not safe nowadays to use the two interchangeably, the immediately and now, but it says immediately deactivate. And then measures that you must put in place to make sure that investigations are not disrupted. According to me, they are all not reasonable. They are not talking to the main message because the first one talks to the monitoring and oversight. Now, if you disband all the structures, who is going to do this monitoring and oversight? Because you started by disbanding. So that was not going to be possible to happen. That measure, number one. Same applies to accountability. Accountability moves together with an official allocation of a task to someone. Now, after we have disbanded and removed all the responsibilities from everybody, then it was going to be a problem in terms of accounting. The other issue that one can flag that is appearing almost throughout the measures is the accountability, oversight, and everything that needs to happen. It's directed to the Divisional Commissioner for Detectives and Forensic Services. So from us that were responsible in accounting, that will mean with immediate effect, we cut and we are no longer responsible or accountable. It's someone else now that must be accountable with effect from that day the immediate disbandment is effected. Also, another example that one can use on those measures is the assignment of cases, where, if I may read, it says all dockets must be hand-delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Services, who must establish a secure repository for case files and evidence to ensure continuity and prevent any loss or tampering. These dockets will then be reallocated to appropriate investigative units. So reading that together with measures to be put in place to make sure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted. It's another example that I can quote to say it's contrary to, because if we take all the dockets to the office of the Divisional Commissioner Crime Detection, who must then look for people somewhere that are going to start or continue with this investigation. That on its own amounts to the disruption that on paragraph 3 you are trying to avoid. Put measures in place to avoid disruption. But the measures in place that you are putting, they are promoting disruption. So that is another example that I can cite as to why then this directive was also very impossible to implement from the side of the responsible and accountable project manager. I could not, because by that time I was still a responsible and accountable project manager. Now, to comply with something that is going not to be in line with my responsibilities and accountability was not going to be the right thing to do. And it was also talking...
Before we proceed to go further, what specifically stated is that the dockets will be reallocated to appropriate investigative units with the capacity to continue the investigations. Did you know which investigative units this would be? Did you know what he was referring to here?
No, all what I knew was what was written in the letter. There was no additional information or an attachment that tells me that which unit is going to continue. It was just this letter. Hence, then, my interpretation was, if then investigating officer A was busy investigating this docket, then he or she is told to put it down and then take it to the office of the divisional commissioner. And this divisional commissioner look for a suitable unit and an investigating officer who's going to continue with the investigation. According to me, that is contrary to the bolded part of paragraph 3 of the same letter, that these measures must be put in place to ensure the ongoing investigation is not disrupted, because that alone is disruptive.
No, it's not someone you're on.
So we have to change this.
No, we want the confirmation. Hold on.
Okay, continue. You, I think we're dealing with 146 was addressing what you were saying now. Paragraph 147 of your statement, you also speak about the lack of capacity within existing units to deal with these dockets.
Are we back to the statement?
Sorry, we're back to the statement, yes. We're going between the statement and the letter. So that's paragraph 147.
So, on paragraph 147, to still talking to the measure number 3.4, cross-indexing to the letter, it still explains that the initial reasons for the establishment of the PKTT was the failure of the normal units to effectively investigate these cases. Now, there we are saying, for that reason, that PKTT was formed because of the inability by the existing investigating units and also them being ill-equipped. We were referring that to
it's under 79,
the methodology applied by the PKTT, that it's totally different
79.7,
from
I'll just have to confirm.
the methodology
But I think
that
it's
will be
79
applied by any unit, investigative units. That commissioners, one maybe can add that the
It's actually near
the discussion that talks to these dockets, the way they were and are investigated, to be transferred to a normal murder and robbery or whatever name investigation unit will not make sense, because the unit is totally different from a task team. You cannot talk to those two as if one can replace another. The unit of, let me first start with another example. The unit of National Intervention Unit, the combat, it is made up of operatives that have successfully completed the National Intervention training. Only them. No one else can be part of that unit. Same applies to a investigative unit or a murder and robbery unit. It is made up of investigators. Then the task team, the difference is you draw expertise from different units to make a task team. So it will be naive to think that what the task team can do, the unit can also do, because the task team is made up of expertise from different units and expertise. That is what we are trying to stress on.
The one that says low confirmation. I've updated
So the effect would have been to revert to the traditional method that you were talking
low
about
confirmation
yesterday,
URL
of
found on
policing and
108,
investigating.
and then
that is correct.
I'll put the path there and all that, so that next time it's easier
So
to find.
those are the measures that General Sibiya was saying you need to put in place, which you felt would have the effect of disrupting the investigations. But then in paragraph 4, there's a second thing that's requested, and that's the closing report.
Just
So
add
can you
the
just
comment there.
read the first
Conflict
sentence?
as of today's date.
Paragraph 4, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. The paragraph 4 is a long format of the one-line email that I had received on the 7th of January, which reads, a comprehensive closing report must be submitted by the 16th of January. That is the day I was briefing the Minister on GCI Ops, but the letter then was signed off and sent to me on the 17th. And then I would have to confirm the compliance with the above mentioned directives, and that report would have been structured according to the next guidelines.
Okay. So the report required you, well, first he says the report must be submitted the day before the letter was sent to you, and he says it must confirm that you have complied with those measures that you were just discussing now, and then that it should contain the following items. Can you just deal with those items that were required from the closing report?
When one went through the requirements of the report, that's when one lost the hope as to, if you want to compile this report, what is it that you need to do? Because the first one talks to the executive summary, where I was expected, or we are expected to give the mandate, purpose, functions, and reasons for disbanding the task team. From the very same me, the project leader, who was not consulted, who do not know why, but now on the report I must give the reasons. Hence, Commissioner, as I say, then it's one of the directives that when you go through and you want to comply, you end up being more confused than before you received it. Because some of the parts, one would have been able to give the mandate, to give the purpose and the functions. But now the last one that says the reasons for disbanding, now how do you marry these conflicting requirements as reflected?
And I suppose the same would apply to the next bullet, which is summary of the key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband
Can
the
you
task
quickly
team.
book 30 minutes in
You were
Karen
not
slot,
favored
please?
with the key considerations.
Yeah,
Just say
yeah.
that.
One might then use
Which
the
Karen
same
is it?
approach
We're about to
commissioners
go
that
into
the
the
senior
handover
council
session.
is using, that
Oh, please,
you
another
were not
session?
given.
At 3,
But
there's
as
another
I've
session
indicated,
from, I think,
it starts
David
with
Moore.
you were not even consulted. And in the letter
Yeah,
of the
there's a handover
31st,
session, yeah.
there are no details.
Can you book on
and
at 4 o'clock, please?
In the email of the 7th, it's worse.
Okay, I should book one
Not
for
even
you
the
and me.
attachment is there. But now, on a long directive of the 17th, a lot is required that one cannot get anywhere, including then the considerations or the reasons that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. One then was forced to ask himself this question, but who decided to disband the task team? Now, why are you looking for reasons from a person who did not decide? Because this letter maybe was having a wrong address. It was supposed to go somewhere else, then mistakenly it was addressed to myself. So it's one of the issues that will make it very difficult to attend to the issues raised in this directive.
So you've given that response in paragraphs 148.1 and 148.2 of your statement. So, but then you give a second criticism in 148.3 of your statement. Can you deal with that?
Yeah, it is some sort of the continuation of the explanation that I was trying to give, that as I was instructed to include the analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and the impact on crime reduction with specific reference to the PKTT's mandate. That was supposed to be required before the decision. Now, if I'm going to include it in the closing report, it is not going to make any sense or the reasons thereof, because the decision, if the decision was taken in good faith, the minister will have presumably have already done this analysis that is required in the closing report. That was supposed to be done prior to the decision. That is my view on that point, commissioners.
And then, thank you.
Ms. Hassim, perhaps the witness should read 148.3 and 148.4 into the record, I would actually have
Hello,
liked
hello.
for him to have read
read it out?
even maybe
How's it going?
a couple of other paragraphs
Hey,
before that.
God,
but,
I'm feeling a bit
perhaps
under the weather and I've got a
because, we
massive
are
pain in
way
my neck.
past
I can
that
barely
now.
turn my head to the right.
If the
So I
general
was doing
could
good.
read 148.3 and 148.4 into
Well,
the record, please.
Is this really a lesson
And
if
even
we don't have
149,
the
all the way
class in
up
the
to
background?
149, please.
You see, it's not a proper
Thank you,
training
Commissioners.
session. And I'll explain why in a bit. Everyone gets here.
Reading on record from paragraph
I still need to find a proper
148.3.
background.
In my affidavit, I state that secondly,
Joshua, you always
I was
such an
instructed
antagonist,
to
my man.
include an analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness
Gotta keep you guys
and
on your toes.
impact on crime reduction
I see.
with specific emphasis on the mandate of the PKTT. Once again, if the decision to disband the PKTT was taken in good faith, the minister would presumably
Maybe just give it
have
another
already
minute.
done this
I'm glad
analysis
to see at
prior
least
to
a good chunk of you
taking
guys joined.
the
I tried
disbandment
scheduling the things
decision.
at like 3 o'clock for the next like 3
In his
days.
directive,
But I see all of
the
you guys are
minister
so full with
expressly
meetings.
stated
I had to like
that
really try like
his
find spots just to squeeze everything
observation
in.
was that
How do you get
further
any work done?
existence of this team is no longer required, nor
meetings?
is it adding
Ah.
any value to policing
Purest of
in
skills.
South Africa. If the minister did not have any analysis
Right, I think we
of
can
the
start. Let me just,
PKTT's
we'll
effectiveness
do
I think what
and
everyone,
impact on crime reduction at the time of his decision to disband, he could not,
Right.
in good faith,
So just to start off,
have reached
this is
the
going to be a
conclusion
really,
that the
let's call it
PKTT
a
is no
high
longer
level
required
kind of
and
handover,
add
not
no
very much
value
nitty-gritty into the
to the
details.
policing
The reason being
in
is that I
South
still need to
Africa.
do a decent chunk of
Paragraph
documentation. Things are still kind of under
1.4,
review. But Moz
148.4,
wants us to deploy
thirdly,
this next week,
one of
just
the
for them
more
to do some
concerning
production level
aspects
testing. I don't think this is going
of
live
the
to customers until the
proposed
following year.
report
That is when
is
we'll
that
proper
it
documentation in
had
place,
to
proper
include the
guides and steps,
stakeholder feedback
and then we'll
from
do probably a set of like 5 training
organizations
sessions
such
where
as
I'll
the
put on the nice
NPA
teaching
and,
background and maybe wear a tie
State Security Agency.
and give some grades to my students.
In
But for now, it's just going to
response
be a very
to the
high level things to get you
announcement
guys
of the
acquainted with what's going on
disbandment.
and what's going to be
In
implemented.
other words, when the minister took
So yeah, I
the
think I'll
decision
hand it
to
over to
disband
Tia just to
the
give a brief
PKTT,
overview of the solution.
he
And
apparently
then
did not
myself and Aslam will
engage
then explain the
the
Apex
NPA
pages and some of the product
and
configuration as we
SSA
go through it.
on the effects
So over to you, Pierre.
that the disbandment
Right, thanks, David.
would have on
Okay.
pending
So,
prosecutions and the general
One of the
state
major
and the
shortcomings
state security
that we have with the
and the
current,
state security.
let's say,
This was
way
further
that VX
confirmation
represents
for me
products
that the
or tries
minister
to
had not
represent
done
products
the necessary due
is it's quite
diligence
limited in
before
scope
he
in the
took
way
the
that
decision,
if you
the disbandment
let me
decision.
before I expand
Paragraph
on that,
149.
let me actually backtrack a little bit
It
and look at
appears
an
that
actual
the
example.
minister did not
right?
consult
So,
with the
let's say,
individuals
for example,
he ought to have
I want to
consulted
provide a
with
product to
for
a customer
purposes of making a
that
decision regarding the
allows you
disbandment.
to be an administrator
From my
of a group
discussions with the
and
National
at
Commissioner
your will
at that time, it
be
was
able
clear
to
that
add and
he
remove
was
other
not
subscribers from the
consulted
network
by
from
the
that group,
minister regarding
with each added
the
subscriber
disbandment.
having their own sets of benefits that is
Thank you,
distributed monthly. Let's say every member of
Before
the
you
group
move to another
gets a
paragraph.
gig of data every
General,
month.
in the
They get
in
100
that letter from
minutes
from
of
General
voice and they get 100
the format of the
SMSs.
report, what you should
Okay.
include in the report.
That type
Under
of
the
a scenario is
stakeholder
currently
feedback,
impossible
you've referred to
with the way that VXU handles
key
services
stakeholders, NPA,
because we only have a
SSA,
single,
but there's
very
also
rigid
another
way
sentence there
of
where you
provisioning
required
these
in the
services
report
and
to
modeling
summarize any
the
public or media
interactions of the service
reactions
as it
when the
flows through the
disbandment
system.
was announced.
Okay?
Did you ever get
Now,
to understand why
what we have tried to do
you
here
had to do this exercise of finding
something that
out
goes
what
twofold.
the media
We've created a
public
new
have to say
platform
and why it was necessary information.
as well as a
Thank you,
product
Commissioner.
that is
Other than
hosted
to
by
sum
this
up
platform.
that maybe
The
the
product is
purpose
Soho.
of this directive
So you guys will have
was
noticed
for
that the
me to
project name
try
is Soho.
and clean
That was
up
the
the
product
mess
that the
that
client,
might have been
Vodacom Mozambique,
created
has
from
asked
the
us
31st
to model
of December
in
which was impossible.
Now,
One,
before we were
the
able to model
stakeholders
this
have
product,
referred to
we had to go through some
the difficulty
rigorous
that
design
I had
decisions
from the 31st to
to
explain
see
to
what's
the
the best
very
way to
same
model this
stakeholders
project,
as to what's
this
happening
product.
with this letter.
And
So
what
it
we
was
came
going
to
to be
was
impossible.
that we
Same
need some
applies
kind of a
to
platform
the reaction
that allows us to dynamically,
from
via
the
configuration,
ground as to how
express
was
this
this
product
decision
rather than
affecting.
doing some hard
What I
coding
know from
and
the
have
ground,
VXView,
I was receiving lots of calls
kind of amended
from the
in
families
the way that it needs to be in
of
order to
the
host this
deceased
product.
whose cases
So what we're
were
actually
still
moving
under
into here
investigation,
is a thing
and
called
the
customer
families
product.
of the
Okay,
deceased
that's
whose
the
cases
VXView
were
feature
finalized
that we are calling this.
were very
And
disappointed.
the primary
But that
purpose of
was
this
what was
handover
coming to me
is twofold.
just as
It's to explain
a
to you
known
customer
project
product,
leader by
but
them
also to explain
as
to you
one of the
products
important
that we've
stakeholders,
designed
the
or
families
modeled
of the
within
deceased
customer
on the
product,
cases
which is
we were
SOHO.
working on.
So what is SOHO?
So,
SOHO
General, I
stands for
take
Small
it
Office
we can
Home
safely
Office.
assume
Okay.
that you did not
It's a product
comply
that
with this
Mozambique
letter
is
of
hosting
17
for
January.
certain types of customers.
That is correct,
Where
commissioners,
a
even if
customer,
I
let's say I'm a
wanted
small
to,
business holder,
because of
Pierce mechanic shop, and I have
misunderstanding
5
of
mechanics working for me.
what was required from me,
Okay.
I did not comply.
What I can then do is I can register with Vodacom
But
Mozambique,
you
and
were
I can register
at that
Pierce
point in
mechanic
time
shop,
preparing the report, the
and
briefing for the
I will
minister.
be the main member,
correct?
of the group.
Very busy,
And I
commissioners,
can
and
then
I was
add
running against
as
time.
normal members
The
or
letter is
sub-members
coming on the
each
17th,
employee of mine to this
and
group.
I have 2
And what will
days
happen
now
every
to
month
finalize
is
the
as
report
we
for
pay
the 20th.
the
So I was
subscription
busy with the
fee,
report.
each of the members
So
will
that
receive their 1
report,
gig of data, their 100 voice minutes, their 100 SMSs. There are different
First of
plans
all,
of SOHO,
Commissioner-
so the
Commissioners, it's at
amount of
SDK
bundle
26.
varies based on the plan that you are.
It's
Okay,
page
is that clear?
212.
Does the SOHO product make sense to you guys?
213 of the annexures bundle. Now,
Okay, great.
General, this letter,
Now,
this report is
what
very
we then need
detailed.
to
It's
move
27
into is
pages.
How are
And it
we
spends quite a lot
able
of
to
time
model
describing
the
the
product
work of the PKTT.
and its various life cycle
it's
actions
an overview
inside
of the
VXView?
dockets, the progress
Right,
of
because
the dockets.
VXView doesn't really traditionally, especially if you go
and
into
the rest
the
of it.
service
Now,
entity,
we don't need to, subject
doesn't
to
have the
questions
notion
from
of
the
an
commissioners,
action
we
that
don't
needs
really
to take
need
place on
to
suspend
examine
or
this in great
unspend
detail
or on
because
renewal.
we've been
There
through
are
it
some
before.
renewal type
The national
actions,
commission
but they
has
are
also
typically
been through
handled by
this
external services or
letter.
systems.
But what is
So what we
significant
have
in the
developed
letter,
is a
and it's something that
platform
you
called
raise in your
customer
statement,
product.
is that
Okay.
your view
What customer
was
product
that
allows
there
us to
should
do
not be
in a
a
nutshell
disbandment of the team.
is to
So can I go to paragraph
dynamically
152
define the product, which we'll get into in a moment,
of
and
your
also
statement?
dynamically define the life cycle actions that need to take
So
place
after
on
you
this product,
explain that the
which we'll
report
also get
highlights
to
all of
after.
this different aspects of the work.
Okay, so if I can
Pardon
just
me.
quickly
Very
share my
sorry to
screen, this is
interrupt
going to
you
look a little bit
mid-sentence,
convoluted
Ms. Hassim.
because it is complex until you get to the crux of the idea, to the base of the idea.
Annexure SDK 26, only the cover
Wait, I
letter
don't think I'm
at
sharing the
page
right thing.
212
1 second.
I can see your untitled
The
diagram.
report itself
Yeah, let me just make sure.
is
Okay, I was sharing the right thing. Okay, there we
for
go.
the most part.
Okay, so customer
My
product.
apologies,
let's
Chair.
forget about
I was aware
SOHO
that
for a
these
moment.
copies were not legible.
Okay, let's forget
and
about
requested that more legible
the bespoke
versions be
requirements
placed
that
in your
SOHO
files.
needs. The fact that it
We
needs
consistently do that.
members and it has a group and you can attach and remove
this
members
other bundle,
and
this
members
is
can be
the one
renewed at
with
different
the
times and each of the
CJCs,
members can be on different
certain
plans
CJC
and each plan can have their bundles associated to them when they renew. Let's forget about that for a moment.
It does.
Let's focus on the platform, right?
But may those
so
be
we have a
sorted out for
platform.
I think what happened,
that
Chairman,
allows us to
was going
A,
through the
dynamically
SDKs, then
define
have to go
products,
to the CJCs.
and B,
Absolutely.
dynamically
I think there was
define
confusion
the
in
life cycle
carrying out
actions that can happen to those products.
We'll
or
make
that
sure
need
that it's
to happen
replaced
to
with a
those
legible
products.
copy.
Depending on
For
the
now,
inputs
Chair,
and
may I
outputs
request
and
that any
schedules
questions or references to it
within the system.
to use the CJC version.
Okay. So the first
But
part,
we will
and this is
correct
going to be the main portion that we're focusing on today, is product definition. We're not going to talk too much about product life cycle today. That'll come in, I think, session 2 of the syllabus. Today, we're just going to focus on this little portion here.
Sorry,
Now,
sorry, Commissioner Baloy, I was trying to
currently when you
answer your
look at
question. I'm not
the
sure which page it's on.
VXView service.
I'm
I'm
told
assuming
CJs
everyone here is familiar with the service. That's the SRB service
SDK
table.
26 in
You
CJC
allocate a
funds.
service,
In
it
the CJC
generates
bundle.
provisioning commands, it sends it out to various external parties, and the service is provisioned. Right? You remove the service,
sorry,
you tell the
General,
external
is
party
your
this is
copy
no
legible
longer applicable,
of SDK
and
26?
that's that. We end the service in VXView and done.
Okay, so
Okay. Now,
in paragraph
let's
151 of your
shift our
statement,
focus from
you
the current
describe
implementation of the
general
service
overview of
being a
ESG,
product
you
into
addressed
an actual
in the
product.
long report,
Okay.
SDK 26.
So customer product allows
and
us
then
to
at
define
paragraph
a
152, can I
product,
ask you to
not
just
a
read
service.
that paragraph into the record, please?
A product
Reading
can
paragraph
be
152
anything.
to the record,
Right, it
insofar
can be a
as the
bundle.
report
It
had
can be
to
a SIM
include
card with a rate plan
a right
associated to it, like a
up
contract.
of the
It can be an
justification
IoT
for
device
the
or an IoT
disbandment
SIM.
of the PKTT.
It can be a physical product. It
It
can
goes
be a
without
server
saying
rack.
that I could not
or a bank.
justify the disbandment.
Okay. So that is product
Neither
definition.
could
Is
the
how
National
do we
Commission.
describe to customer products
The position
and to
has
the
always
customer
been
and to
that
the
the
customer's customers?
PKTT had to
What
remain.
is this product?
Therefore, in the report
That
to
comes
the
to
Minister,
product definition.
the National Commissioner
Now,
and
what are the
I
various elements
simply
of a
stated
product
that
definition?
the
We need to be able
directive
to
of the Minister
build
to
a product,
disband
mainly,
has
that's the main
been
focus
noted,
of our customer,
and
Vodacom.
that the initial
We need to be able to
objective and the
provision the product
directive
if
by the
necessary.
President has been
That
achieved
means talking
with
to external
noticeable
providers.
decrease of political
We need to
related
be able to
killings in
catalog the
KwaZulu-Natal
product.
as a
Why is
result
the
of
catalog
PKTT's
necessary?
intervention
This is
and
when a
execution
customer
of
opens
its
up a
mandate.
book
In
or a
other
web
words,
page
we
or a
did not
USSD
agree
form
with the disbandment,
and says,
but
I
this
want
was
to
a
view
directive
the
for the
catalog
Minister,
of
and
Soho
he had directed
or
that
of
this
internet
aspect
services
be dealt with in the
or
report.
of adult services.
Okay, so let's just
I
look
also
at that
need the ability to
with
say
reference to the report.
this product, or let me rather rephrase
Your
that.
bundle,
Let me say,
General, it's at page 237.
actually, let me use a
Commissioners,
practical
in
example.
your bundles,
Does
it would be
everyone
page
on this team
25
know what
of
a rate
27.
plan is?
In the
Yes, sir.
Right? So
Oh, the
when you-
pagination was
when you-
probably the same
when-
because it
when
was
I
meant
as
to
a
be
customer,
substituted.
When I as a subscriber come to
So page
Vodacom
237.
and I opt into a rate plan, to
And
a
it's
SIM card,
the bottom
I
of
get
that
various
page, the
benefits
conclusion.
associated with that rate plan, right? I get a gig
So,
of data every month.
General, there
I
in
get
the
100 minutes
conclusion,
every month and I get 100 SMSs, right?
that
But if I
confirms
was
what
not
you've just
on
said
that
in your
rate
statement.
plan,
Is that
I would
correct?
not have received
That's
those
correct,
benefits.
Commissioner.
So maybe you could
So
read the
a
first
rate
paragraph
plan
of
is
the
a
conclusion.
product. But every
First
bundle
paragraph
that I
of the
receive every
conclusion on
month
the
as
report
part
of
of
the
being on that
22nd,
rate plan
paragraph
is a
3.11.
child product
In
of that rate
conclusion,
plan.
the
Yes,
task
yes.
team has
Right
undeniably
plan is also
achieved
linked to some profile.
and far exceeded the purpose for which
what
it
do you
was
mean by SIM
established.
profile?
No other task
So you
team
get your
in
normal
South
prepaid SIMs,
Africa
then you will get
has
a SIM,
achieved
for example,
these
in South
successes,
Successful,
nor
which
has
is
been
for
able
Home
to
Connect Flexi.
investigate
You-
and ensure
it's
successful prosecution
the,
of the
it's your SIM
perpetrators
profile,
of
which only allows you
politically
to
related matters.
action and carry and to purchase.
And then you continue
the
in the
corresponding
second
bags to
paragraph,
that
and that's
product.
where you say the directive
Yes,
by
yes,
the minister
exactly that.
has been
Yes,
noted.
that-
And I just want to
that
understand
sounds the
correctly
same
what
to me.
you,
So-
what happens
well,
then in
I
the
guess
rest
what
of
you
this,
call SIM profile,
this-
we just call a normal
the rest of
DQ
this
rate
report,
plan.
which is now almost near
So,
its end.
but what you
I
described
just want to understand what you were saying. You were saying that you continued
Okay.
to make the proposal
but
that
in
now
effect, yes.
follows, because that
So we
was
also
the
have the
request of the
notion
minister
of
to
an
include that in the
inclusive
report.
product.
Include,
When I buy
let me
this
continue.
product,
The
I'm also
paragraph
getting
starts
these three
with the
child
directive
products
by the minister to
as
disband
part of this main
the
product.
national task team has been noted. And the
Okay.
initial objective and the directive by the
So,
president has been achieved noticeably,
With
as
the
was
product
said,
definition side
also
of
in
customer
my
product, we
statement.
need the ability
Then the
to
next
firstly,
paragraph
as we just discussed,
says the
have
South
some
African
form of a
Police
nested
Service
structure
remains
where we can say,
responsible
when
for
I
the
buy this
finalization
product,
of those
inclusive
dockets
with this product is the
in
following one
the
item, two
possession
item, three
of
item, X
the
amount of
task team,
items.
as well
Right?
as finalization of
Or
dockets
let's say
which
they're
are
not
currently
inclusive.
before
Let's say,
court.
for example,
The following
if I'm
steps
on
are
this
being
rate plan,
taken
I can purchase
to
a
wind
specific
down
product
the
at a
task
special
team
rate.
without compromising
That
pending
would then become a
investigations
non-inclusive
or court purposes.
child product of the main product.
Or court
Does that
processes.
concept make sense?
And then you set out,
Yes, it does.
Okay.
the steps.
Okay.
and I
The
think
that's
winding
one of the
down
elements
steps
of the
that
describing
flowing
a
from
product,
the previous
the product
paragraph.
definition.
Yes. And those
Another
steps are
element
also
of describing a
summarized
product
in paragraph
is
153 of
when
your
we talk
statement.
about
Is that correct?
provisioning,
That's correct.
we know external systems have their
And
own commands.
do I understand
They have their
correctly
own
that
codes, they
what
have their
these
own
steps
inputs.
envisaged is that
It doesn't
the dockets
necessarily
would
correlate
remain with the
to the data that we
PKTT
store
until
internally in our
they
system.
were
So we need some kind of
finalized.
a way to map, to say,
That is
when I
correct,
purchase this
Commissioners,
product,
as from the first
I
paragraph
need to
that says it is
communicate
the
with
South
an
African
external
Police
system
Service responsibility
to say,
to
I
finalize all
purchased
the
this,
investigations.
but in your system,
So
it
this
means
is
this
how
code.
then the process is going to
And
be
maybe it
followed
is this amount.
in
Let's
order
say,
to
for
ensure
example,
that all the
on
investigations
OCS,
are finalized.
we want to
but
provision
the
a certain amount of
SAPS
data.
could be any part of the SAPS that
Right.
can be
On
responsible
VXU,
for the
we just say
finalization.
data
But what you
3G or
proposed
4G
in
or
those
5G.
steps is that they
But
must be
on the
remain with the
OCS,
task
it would have
team
a specific
until they
bundle
are
code
concluded.
that we need to provision
Thank you,
to.
Commissioners. In the
Due to
same
their own business
same
rules and the way
sentence
that the OCS
that
works,
says the
we
South
also need to
African
provide an
Police remains
allocation amount
responsible for
to
the
say we're provisioning
finalization
1 gig of data. Even though on VXU, the service name or
of
the product
the
name
dockets in
would say
possession of the
1
task
gig
team,
of data.
as well as finalization of the
The
dockets
gig
which
of
are
data
currently.
might mean
So
different things
that
on
was
the OCS,
introducing the fact that
depending on
if
rating
the
rules
task
and
team
peak and off peak
must see
times and
its work
whatever,
to the
whatever the
finalization.
OCS decides to model.
Okay,
Is
so
that
So
not
there's a
Roman
provisioning
2
element
that we should be
to
looking at?
describing a product in VXU,
The first sentence
i.e.
of
the
Roman
way
2
that we
on the same page 230.
that's
delegate
correct. And maybe
the
maybe
adding
the
of
witness could
this
just read
product
that.
to a customer into external systems.
It was also one of the
Okay, that's a provisioning
advices
element.
or recommendations
Then we
forwarded by
have
the National
the plain
Commissioner
definition element,
addressing
right?
this
Internally in our
letter to
system,
the Minister
we
as
have
a response
various
of the
microservices
31st
or various
December letter
systems that need to
to
talk to
say
each other.
stakeholder
Not external
engagement
to that,
to be
but internal to
conducted
that
with
text.
other external role
Those
players
systems are
in
very
the
well
task team,
integrated with our
especially
existing
the
system.
National Prosecuting Authority,
But we also
who
need to
have
kind
a
of
dedicated
translate this product
capacity
into a
of
form
prosecutors
that
working
these systems
with
would
the team.
understand what we are trying to
It's
say
the Roman
and what
numeral
we are
2
trying to do.
that we were referring to. If you can read the first
So
sentence of Roman numeral 2.
That also plays an element, or that is also an element.
On my
now,
on
just
the
quickly
report.
Yes.
going back to my example,
The
as to what a service
128
is in
case
VXU,
dockets which are under
let's say,
investigation
for example,
and
I need
allocated
to
to the
add
National Task Team will be retained by
field
the team
to a
and
service
investigations will be finalized.
that will allow me
An
to
audit
dynamically
will be
provision
done of
to an
those
external
dockets
system.
that
How
are
would I
still
do
under
that?
the investigation
Without
in
adding
order to
another column in
establish
the table.
which dockets can be returned to the station of origin
answer is you
or
can't.
allocated
You
to
can't.
other investigating
There's no
units
data structure
within
currently
SAPS.
available in VXU that allows
Okay,
you to
so
dynamically
at
add
that point
fields
in time,
to the
there was still
service
128
without going
case
to the
dockets. They
table
reduced
and altering
as-
the table
as time
and
went
therefore
on.
invalidating
As
the
discussions
code,
were ongoing,
causing code
yes.
changes that need to happen,
And
code
then
changes
in
that
Roman
only
numeral
need to
3,
execute at certain
you
steps
proposed
in
that no
time.
new dockets would be taken by or allocated
We
to
don't
the
have
task
that.
team.
That's correct.
What we're doing now is we
Then
are
you went on
using
that the
dynamic
dockets that are currently pending
schemas
at the courts will remain with the task
to
team.
allocate certain attributes and,
and
elements
you explained
to
why.
a product dynamically.
The challenges,
meaning
if
at
you didn't do that, you
runtime. We
explained
don't
it
need
and
to
it's there.
recompile anything. We don't need
Maybe
to
you could just
go and
read
alter a
the,
table.
from
How do we
the
do
middle
this?
of
We do
middle
this
of
by making
Roman
use
numeral
of
4
a
new
JSON
investigating
schema.
officers.
Yes, the reasons
So every product
provided
has a product type. The product
under
type
Roman figure
defines
4
the JSON schema
talking to
of the
the
product.
115
Meaning
case
I can
dockets,
add runtime
will that
without
if
making
they
any
are
code
allocated
changes. Go and
to
add
the new
fields to a product
investigating officers,
that weren't previously
those
there.
new investigating
And
officers
any new product
that are
that
not
gets
familiar
configured
with evidence
will get
in the
validated
docket
against those
will
fields.
make then the
And the
investigation
user that
remain
configures the
successful,
product needs to
and
provide
also
a value for
witnesses
those fields.
will not be willing
Right?
to cooperate and testify due to lack of
So
trust to the
that-
new investigators.
that, in a nutshell,
As a witness,
is the product definition.
investigator A takes a
Okay.
statement from you.
Then the
Then
second,
you
let's
move
call it
along
the
with
sub-element
prosecution
of what
now
we need to focus on
in the
today
mix
is called
of the case is
catalog.
on trial.
Okay?
That witness
Now,
now
the
must
catalog
go
is
on
just, in
trial and
simple terms,
testify.
it's a way of
Then a
grouping
new
together products
investigating officer comes and
in
says,
certain groups,
let's go.
presented
So
in
we were
certain
trying
ways,
to
depending
raise
on how the
that
customer wants to present them.
maybe all these
Okay?
were not
So for
thought
the example of the Soho product
during,
group
but we were
or
going
product
to be
or
raised
catalog,
if
you wanna
there
call
were
it that.
consultations.
Okay,
We have a Soho
Further
catalog.
investigations
Here
that
before
are
you
still
go on, I
outstanding
think let's do a little bit of a
attending to the
interactive
continuous
display so that the
queries
guys
by
can also
prosecutors
understand what's
will
going on
also-
with the
was
definition.
also
Do you want me
going
to start a little bit with the system
Just
conflict?
give me. Just
So
give me
this
one
was going
second,
to
I'm
be a
almost
very
done.
gradual
Okay.
process.
Awesome,
It would
but
take
thank
quite
you.
some time.
So, specifically for Soho,
If
we
you
have a
turn over the
catalog
page to
that says
239.
all of these products that you see, when I go and query the Soho
At Roman
catalog,
numeral
all of these
7,
products are defined.
you
under
speak
the
about the
catalog of Soho.
multidisciplinary approach.
Okay, so we can have catalogs for Soho. We can have
My
catalogs
copy is also
for
not that legible, Chair.
My
Thank you for the
Weekend
correction.
100.
It's 6.
Or we can have catalogs for
You
postpaid
talk about a
subscribers, for prepaid
multidisciplinary
subscribers,
investigative
or
approach
hybrid
that will be
subscribers,
applied. Can you just
or-
explain what
the
you
catalog is again
are
it's
referring to in that
dynamically
paragraph? What is
definable.
it that you were
So
proposing,
we
you and the
don't
National
necessarily have to constrain
Thank you,
products
Commissioners. Yesterday,
by a rate plan type
I
or
stated
by a
that
service
in all
type.
our reports,
We can create a catalog
we are trying
and we can
to
assign
maintain
products to the catalog as we need
this
to.
view, because that's what we believe.
Does that
in.
make sense?
Same applies
Any
to
questions thus
this
far?
report, that we are saying this multidisciplinary investigative
Okay,
approach,
sounds like we're good. All right. Okay, Asham, in
which
that case, I'm
we,
going to hand over to
in
you.
short, refer
to
to
take
it
us
as
through the,
analysis-led,
discuss
more
on the
analysis
front
than
end. How do we
investigators
define what I've
and
just said
prosecutor-guided
on the UI?
investigation.
Yeah, I think this will
that
be
is currently
whatever Pierre
applied
mentioned
by
earlier
the
with
task
regards
team
to the whole product type
will be
and the whole
adopted. Now, it
configuring.
was
I
the
think this
National
is the theory is
Commissioner
kind of
informing
the
the
practical with,
Minister that it
Pierre
will
just
be
explained. So,
adopted and
everybody knows the
used
system
to
configuration.
serve
What we
as
have
a
done, we have
benchmark
added a
for the
product
realignment
catalog over here on the
of
left-hand
contract
side.
killings
So I have
and
kind of
organized
prepared and
crime
opened up my tabs because of
investigations
loading.
and further
And this is
directives
what
to
the
will be
screen.
issued
So we
in
had
this
some
regard.
enhancements done
So
to the team that have done
what do
this.
you
I've
mean
been
here? Are
showing
you
some, I saw
saying
some of this
that
already
the
beforehand.
model
He's
of
aware, but I
the
think
PKTT
based on the
then
team will agree it's
would
looking
be
a bit much better
used as a
compared to what
benchmark?
we have
It would
on
be
VXView.
replicated
So
for the purposes
as Pierre
of
explain
organized
product
organized
types with
crime
regards to the
investigations
definitions. As you can
and
see,
contract
we
killing
was talking about the
investigations.
view definition schema. And you can
Yes,
actually, on the
commissioners,
fly that he was mentioning.
put
So I'm actually going to open
directly,
up one that actually has more
one
or
will
less.
say the
sorry,
direct meaning
where's that one
of
there?
this
So
recommendation
this
is
over here, you can
let
see
us
the definition
retain
schema.
the methodology
Right there.
and we use it as a
Which is,
transitional
let me just put
process
this nicely.
from
This is
where
basically
we
the
are,
JSON schema that
especially
what Pierre has
within
kind
the
of mentioned,
organized
if
crime
you remember. So
investigations
just basically the valid JSON schema that needs
environments
to
of
be created.
SAPS. Now, this
And
talks
that's
to
basically what
now
they're using
to
will be
disband
inputting.
or remove
They can
the
actually, like
center
Pierre also mentioned,
of
if they need
excellence,
to edit
and
anything
then
or
you
on the
start
fly or make
afresh.
changes
So
to a
this,
specific
in
product
short,
type,
that's
they
what
can
it was
actually
trying
edit
to
over here
say.
as
Say,
well.
let's retain.
So this
And
is,
then
sorry
we
to
build
interrupt,
up
Hassan. So this is
No,
what I
no,
mentioned.
that's what, yeah.
So
that's
you'd
how
replicate the model, the
If we
method
need
of
to
the PKT.
be able to
You say,
dynamically add
General, this was
attributes
to
to a
be
product.
transitional.
The JSON
looking
schema
at,
is where we will do it. The
6,
JSON schema is
Roman
where we
numeral 6.
describe the
It
product
does not
to the system.
sound as
Okay.
if this was meant to be transitional.
There we go, Hassan.
Okay.
I read it to have been
Is
intended
everybody
to
now kind of putting the
be
pieces of the
permanent
puzzle together?
once
Making
implemented,
sense?
to be permanent. Am I incorrect?
Okay, the next one we're moving
Am I
on to
misreading
is
it?
what Pierre mentioned is now again the products.
The
as well.
interpretation,
So once we
thank you,
define the product,
Commissioners
we're gonna-
Chair,
sorry,
the
that kind of popped up because I've been
interpretation
opening
might be
multiple
right
tabs.
from the
He's
chairperson's
creating a
point of
product type
view.
as well.
But
So I'm not going to go too much
if
in the
read
field, it's like high level and trying to put
as a
in the
whole,
time as well.
that paragraph, it starts by explaining,
The user can create their own
it
code.
starts by explaining
This
the
information is coming
multidisciplinary
from the LD
investigative
data table
approach.
as
What
well.
is
So when
it?
they configure
And
everything,
then we
they
are
can
saying
set this up as
that
well.
is the approach applied
And then
by
the
this team
specification.
currently.
Let me just,
And
sorry,
National
sorry, Hassan,
Commissioner
sorry to
say
interrupt.
this
No, no, no,
approach
it's
will be
I'm not
adopted
sure, is everyone
instead of
familiar with
using
LD codes?
transition.
Who has
Will
not
be
heard of
adopted
LD codes in
and
the
used to serve as a benchmark
There will be a couple of
to
people, I believe.
standardize the
Okay, Nuwazi,
investigation
I see
of
your
all
hand there.
contract
Okay, so
killings
what an
as
LD
well
code
as
is, it's
violent
called language
organized crime.
data, right?
Thank you, General.
What that allows us to
Thank
do
you, Chair.
is to give a
So-
code. So let's say the code is
That report, we come to the end, it's got the
data 1
signature of the
GB.
National Commissioner
Okay.
and
But
the
in
date.
Portuguese,
And then there
the
is a
name for
space
data
below
1
it for
GB will
comments
be
and for signature by the
Udata
minister, but there
1
is no
GB,
signature.
1 gigabit, or I'm not sure what the Portuguese is saying for that.
I take it that means it was never
What the language
approved,
data
adopted,
allows
or
us to do,
signed
or the
by the
LD code
minister.
allows us to do, is to specify a single code
If I may go back
that has
to
a
the
different
pressure
description
between
based
the,
on your preferred language. Now we'll get into the
18th
language when we get to the
and
product
the
catalog,
19th, 2
because
days
the
to come
customer
up
needs
with
the
a
ability to
27
query a
page,
catalog in their
report
native language.
that up to
So
now
the customer
it has
catalog
not been
products
approved.
would
It's
have
still
Portuguese
empty.
names
So
in
that will
Mozambique
mean
rather than
the
English.
hard work
They can query the
put
catalog
during
in
those
Portuguese,
28
or they
hours
can query it
came
in
to
English,
nothing
and it would
because
have different names. But the
the
LD
report
code
is
is a
not
single
approved or
code
not signed.
that allows us to say,
Yeah.
okay, for this code, give me the
So what was
English
the response
data,
of the minister
or give
to
me
this?
the Portuguese data.
Was there any response
It's
from the
a way
minister to
that
this
we
letter?
can
Was there a verbal
localize
response? Or was there some
the
other
name
written
or the
response?
description that we are
From the
returning back to the user.
thank you, commissioners. From the compiler's
I see your
point
hand
of
is up.
view,
Yes, so I just posted a
there was
picture that
no
Monica sent me
response,
of the prototype
even after
of the
inquiring
app that they're using to
from
express the
the
catalogs.
writer,
As you can see
who's
there,
the
made
National
business one being
Commissioner.
translates to
I
my
got
business.
feedback
So
that
that's
there
where
was no
the power of
response
the
up to
name
date.
LD code comes into place, because now you can just dynamically change the name based on
So
what
the
is
next
preferred
thing that
language.
happened then,
You'll also notice there's a
according to your
description
statement,
LD
is
code, which will then be used to,
you,
I guess, express the description of the
well,
product
can you tell us what happened then on the 4th
in
of
the
February?
specified language.
Before you do
So that's
that,
kind of where
General,
it's nice to
let's
have those. So you don't need to make
finish off on these
or
two
hard code
documents.
or specifically
Can you
have
explain
things
what
generate
appears to be
the
an
messages on the fly.
anomaly?
This is just a convenient
we
way
earlier
to express
looked
it.
at the email from Brigadier Letoko,
So whenever you see the name LD
where
code in one
she
of these fields, this is what it's
says
referring
the
to.
Deputy National Commissioner,
Right. You can take it back to Yaslav.
Your office is further, this is the email we looked at earlier.
No problem.
On the email of the 7th, I think it is.
As you can see, there's also some helpful hints at the product type, of course, like David just mentioned as well, which was the mere business type as well.
Sign off to the minister. So there's
maybe let me just expand on what the product type is, Aslan. It's
sitting in the office
more so
of the
a
National
abstraction of what the product represents. So
then
as
on
Pierre
the
mentioned before,
17th,
product is an abstract
which is later than
mechanism
the-
to describe something, whether it be a
14th.
subscriber service that provisions
the
data
17th,
or physical
you
entity
then
like a
have
cell phone
that,
or a laptop.
document
The product type will
that you were
then
looking at
express
from
equivalent
General
if it's a
Sibia,
laptop
which tells
or
you what he requires,
subscriber service if it's a
information
service
that you're
or
supposed to report on.
ad hoc,
And then
for say,
that's
example,
on
like
the
an installation
17th
charge
of
that occurs
January.
once off.
And then on the
Product type will
22nd
express that.
of January, you and the National Commissioner are
So you can see over
submitting
here in
or
the specification
completing
rules and
this
what
report
Aslam
that we're
selected.
discussing
Notice
now,
that the
which is
properties there says
completely
SRB
different in
UID,
content
meaning that this thing is
from what
ideally
the
meant to be a
Deputy
subscriber
National
service, so it's
Commissioner, Sibia,
anticipating a SRB
required of
UID
you
to provide
in his
when you
letter of the
generate the
17th.
payload for
Now,
the specification.
the Litoko
You'll notice
email
there, because he selected
suggests
product after
there's an
specification, we'll
instruction
put it up.
from the National
So when he
Commissioner,
generates the
well, on its
specification, he
terms,
needs
it
to provide a
says
JSON
there's an
data object
instruction,
that has SRV
but it
UID and
suggests that
then
it comes from the
a
National
UID or the
Commissioner
number
because
into
it
it.
comes from that office.
So when the
It's on the face
agents
of
now
it.
configure this thing, they
And
know
then
how this thing should look like.
General
And you'll
Sibia
see later on
appears
in
to
tomorrow's
act in
session
accordance,
how
I
the
say
specification
appears,
actually
on the face of
affects how the
by
workflow
writing
provisions
it
things.
to you on the 17th with all of those directions and
And
instructions.
then, of course, I think this is
But
also
then the
coming
National
back
Commissioner
to, I
works
think,
with you
Clement
to
asked
prepare
earlier with
completely
regards to the whole
different
billing and stuff like that. You can actually
How
see
does
here
one
we've got
explain
billing type.
this
You can actually see
anomaly?
it as postpaid and prepaid. Is the
Or how
product
do
type
you
also going
explain
to be
it, or what is
account
your
of the
understanding
subscriber?
of what happened?
Sean?
That
Just a quick one is
that
is
see
this,
us having this letter
guys, is this
from
specific
General
to prepaid
Sibia,
and postpaid,
and then
or
you
do
have
you
a
also
completely
able to
different
choose like
report
hybrid?
from the National
Or is
Commissioner,
that
as if
something
they were
else?
not talking to each other.
Hybrid, okay, so Shona,
Thank
so
you.
a hybrid
Thank you,
is
Commissioners.
basically a postpaid,
Attempting to
but that has
explain
access to
this
prepaid level functions.
anomaly, one
So
will
if you need hybrid level
summarize
functions,
maybe
your billing type will be postpaid because you only bill at the end
the
of the
chain
month.
of events,
But you're
as
getting
I
hybrid
had
level
given in
benefits.
details. That the email that I receive on the
Maybe just to
7th,
expand on that, what they
that
mean by
is
that is
talking
that
to the due
prepaid,
date of
if
the
you don't pay
13th.
your provided airtime at the end of the month, you can't make cell phone
I
calls.
did
Whereas
not
for
do
something like a
anything,
postpaid, you're obliged to pay a
because
certain
I
amount of
could
like a
not
debit order at the end of
understand.
every month that is
So
contractually
that is
obligated.
the
By
first
choosing
part of
prepaid, if you don't
anomaly
pay for the benefits, you don't get them. Whereas postpaid will go off a
I
specified
receive an
cycle.
email
So
with
that's what
one
that
line
kind of means over there.
and there is no attachment.
Yeah,
I have lots of questions that I'm asking myself.
I'm
And
sure
when
about
I
that.
ask those
Follow up
questions
on my question.
from
Uh,
the Deputy National
this is just
Commissioner, I don't get
my understanding, and in some asking for
clear
confirmation.
answers as to what must happen.
It
That's
doesn't matter if
anomaly
it's postpaid,
number
prepaid,
one.
but you also
Hence,
get different
then I
some
took a
some profiles for
decision
each.
after
Depends on the
making a
business
call
and
to
business
the
needs,
National
business
Commissioner
requirements.
who's on leave. I took a decision to wait until the
Yes, okay, so
14th,
Clement, basically
when he came back.
if we can
Indeed, he came
maybe
back.
move away
We
from
had
the hybrid
discussion
portion
that I've
quickly.
explained in
At a high
details,
level, what
which
the billing
came
type
up
means
with
is either I
two
need to pay you before I get the
resolutions
benefit,
to
or
prepare
I get the
for the
benefit
briefing
first
of the
and then
minister
I
on
pay
the
you.
16th on the issues that I've highlighted on.
So in other words,
Then
I think in layman's term is to say
other
I think
anomaly
these
now
kind of
comes
stakeholders, and
with
like David
this
mentioned,
directive
prepaid,
or
you
letter
have to pay
dated the
before you set up your
17th
product, so you have to
to
pay in
me,
advance.
because
Whereas the billing will
the
occur
last
once you
due
have at
date
the month end.
that I was
So this is just
given
creating
and
the
it was
structure
not
of
met
the product
was
itself
the
and how it's
13th
going to work
on
as
the
well.
email.
Is it an account based?
Then it
So in
died
other words, we'll
natural
be
death.
creating for,
That is
like Pierre
anomaly.
mentioned earlier, an example for
That
pure
13th.
business where you'll have 5 other
Then
mechanics having the same as well.
On the
Or
17th,
be
when
a
I
subscriber
receive
as well.
this,
Pierre, you can correct me if I'm
it
wrong
gives
anyway.
the previous day as a due date, other than the fact that as we were going through, other than the fact that it was not easy to understand and not easy to, and also the other factor that one has to put that led to this anomaly. On the 14th, during the meeting, I had to share with the National Commissioner my confusion since the 31st of December up to the 7th of January, the one-line email. Then that's when he said, okay, now me and you are going to work on this. So the first thing, let us prepare the briefing of the minister on the 16th on these separate issues. And then let us also prepare the report for the 20th as a due date.
We're just going to bring up that. So it's got a nice
I'm asking a more direct question. Maybe I wasn't clear.
I'm just going to quickly touch on that. It has the same functionality on the pages. So now we're going to be moving over to the product offering.
Because you worked with the National Commissioner to produce this report of the 22nd.
And I think this is now where we can start seeing how everything is starting to bundle together as well.
The National Commissioner had not authorized General Sibia to send you
what a product
directive.
offering is.
That's
so
what
as we
I'm trying to
noted now
understand.
that
And
a
because
product
you
is
had been
something that expresses
discussing
and abstracting
and
that
talking to the
a
National
cattle wants to
Commissioner,
purchase.
you
Product
would know
offering is
what
now
the
what links the
position
product to the chosen catalog.
Thank you,
Right?
thank you,
Because the
Commissioner,
product might have
for
different
simplifying
charges
the
or
question.
value
It's
or
much easier.
How much you would need to pay depending
The
on
response
what kind of catalog
will
it is.
be
But say, for
exactly
example,
that.
you want to buy a Wi-Fi router.
From the meeting
you
of
put in
the
one catalog
14th,
for 1,000 Rand for
the
server, but then you might be
agreement
putting it
was
into
we
another
are
catalog
working
where you
with
get
the National Commission,
Wi-Fi
myself and
router,
the National
and
Commissioner
then maybe a
on this
gaming laptop.
process.
So now you can express that
now,
product into two different product
when
offerings.
the letter of the 17th
So that's
comes,
what the product offering is.
confusing
the product
and
to the catalog.
contradicting itself as it is, but I did not
Right, yeah, you can continue, Aslam.
consider
Yeah, no problem. So we have the category
complying
as well. So basically,
with it
as you can
because
see, we have
I
some dummy
had
data
this
that has been
other
put in
plan
there
and
as
the
well.
arrangement and the instructions from a more
Business
senior
plans and
officer.
stuff like that that we have created, and then you can
Short,
see now
is
you
it
can link it
correct,
to the
would it
medium
be correct
business
to
that has been
characterize it this
created
way?
as well.
General Sibia
the
went
code,
and did his own
they can
thing
put
when
whatever
he
they
sent
want
you
to
this
put in as
directive.
well.
He didn't have the approval
And
of the
basically,
National
also if
Commission.
there is more than
That's
one
correct.
data
Would that be
plan or
accurate?
5 gigs that you want to allocate to, so in other words, you're saying this account can actually have up to 10 or 20 data bundles or whatever. That's what's basically
Thank you,
been
Commissioner
included.
Baloy. So this was in response to
parent
the
offering, so
directive
in other words, just to
from the
explain
Minister
I
that
think
a
we're going back to
preliminary
what Pierre
report must be
explained
provided
earlier
by the
with
20th
regards
of
to the
January.
parent and child benefit. So is this
And
linked to a
the
parent
directive of the
product or
Minister
anything? So
goes
that's
on
how
to
we
say
also
the
link it. It will be
final
on the
and
drop down
closing
available
report
as well.
must be submitted
So
to the
we can select
Ministry
that and then again.
dash
Of
Management
course,
Executive
enable and
Committee
disable
meeting
basically
late
enabled.
January
Pierre?
2025. The date of
Yes,
which will be
thanks,
communicated
Asama.
as soon as
So I
possible.
just want to quickly expand on the parents offering.
And I have two questions.
So
One
I
is,
think
did that
Clemens,
meeting take place?
you have a pretty decent
And was that
understanding
final report
of
or any
the
final
parent
report?
offering based on what you described earlier on the SIM profile, right?
I am not a member
If
of
this,
that
let's say,
forum,
for example, so okay,
but
so Mayo
then
Business
I
One.
can
When I
respond like
purchased Mayo Business
if
One, what I
this
am
was
getting
going to be part of the
alongside my
agenda.
purchase, it
I was
cost
going to
700
be
megabytes,
requested to
okay,
prepare
for a Mayo Business One.
a discussion
But
paper
what
or
I'm
a
getting for
report.
my 700
So
megabytes
based
for my
on
Mayo
that,
Business
I will
One
say then
product,
it did not
I'm
happen.
also getting a 1 gig bundle. I'm also getting 100 minutes of voice.
Okay,
I'm
so
also
that
getting 100
was
SMS.
22nd. The next
So
thing.
what you would want to do in this case is you would
General,
have
we
your
were then going
product
to 155 of your statement
1
because
gig
the next
data,
thing that happens is on
but
the
your
4th of
parent
February.
offering would be a Mayo Business One.
And that was when
And you would
General
set inclusive
Sintumule
to true.
engaged you. Can you
That
just
means as
quickly
soon as
give
I
us
purchase a
a
Mayo
description
Business
of what
One,
happened on that date?
I would automatically be getting
Then,
my 1 gig of data.
I did not hear anything about this whole
that make
process
sense
then
anymore?
after
Do we
the
have any
submission
questions
of
around
the
this?
report
I know
to
it's a little bit
the
complicated,
National
so
Commissioner
questions are fully
on the
understood.
20th
Happy
of
to
January.
explain it. Any
Up
questions?
until the 4th of February 2025,
Sorry,
when then I became aware
maybe
of
because I'm just not that
a
familiar with
letter,
Moses-
now
with
an
Moses.
instruction
But
from
automatically-
Lieutenant General
automatically
Sivia to
gives
Lieutenant
the
General
one
Sintumule regarding the handing over of the dockets.
That happens
And
in the
that's
workflow
SDK 27
which
at
we'll get
page
to in the next session.
241.
So right
of
now,
the
all
bundle.
we're focusing on is kind of the product
And that
definition
letter,
and the product design. So we
requires
only,
that
in
all
this
the
session, we're only
cases or
focusing on how the
projects
product
relevant
is
to the
being
political buildings
expressed.
task team
And in the next session, we'll worry about how that expression actually gets
should be, I think it was that it should be
Looking up in future
provided
structure.
to or
Yeah, so Clement, just to make it
handed
easier,
over
open maybe
to
make-
General
we're
Sintumule, is
basically
that right?
doing the configuration for all the product. Once just the high level
The
view of how
Divisional
everything is
Commissioner
working
Crime
together.
Intelligence
And I think what
and
you'll
the
what
Divisional
interested in is
Commissioner,
how does the workload get executed on the
Detective
backend
Services,
and how those
which is
processes
Jan
kick off.
Sintumule.
So
We are
what we're
both
kind of doing, like the theory
reporting
that Pierre mentioned earlier again,
the
is
same
just the theory, and
Deputy
now
National
we're actually
Commissioner.
doing a whole
Now,
setup of the content of the products and the charging pack
the
and the catalog.
first letter
next
of the
phase, on the next
17th
one that Pierre's mentioning,
is
will be going through the
addressed to
workflows,
me,
how they actually get
but it
executed
has
on the
got
next
a lot
the
of
provisioning gets
reference
done. Am I correct on that, David?
the Divisional Commissioner.
Tomorrow you'll see how the product definitions and the
Detective
values
Services.
provided to them actually affect
But
or how things get provisioned to the customers.
it's only
Right now we're just trying to
addressed
explain
to me.
how the product definitions
So
work so that
that
when
is
we show it
maybe,
off tomorrow
not
you
maybe,
can get an
that is
understanding
one
of what's
of
actually
the
happening under
reasons
the hood.
also one then did not attend to
I know
it
it's quite a bit of
over and
fruit taking,
above that
it's- yeah.
the process was
Is there any more
continuing
questions from anybody
with
else?
the National Commissioner. Now, on the
No,
4th,
just more so for more.
this one now is
Okay, so
addressed
the next one that I'll be
to
moving on to
the
is the
Divisional
charge types.
Commissioner,
As basically,
Detective
this
and
is
Forensic
basically setting up
Services
the
alone
charging for the
only,
different services as well.
from the same supervisor.
Pretty much straightforward
giving-
as well.
So
but
you were
let's
not
just
copied?
go through it quickly as well. on a
I
high
became
level.
aware
So this
of
is,
it,
for example,
but
like we
it
mentioned
was
earlier,
not
if there is
addressed
a 1
to
gig
my office.
data as well, time
The directives
that needs to be
were
charged
for
they can
the
set up the
addressee.
code.
But
like
now,
Pierre
because the
mentioned again,
addressee,
is it in
to
Portuguese or
comply
English,
with the
will have the
instruction,
option on the name
had
localization
to
and
liaise
then
with me.
enable or disable
That's why
as
then
well.
I had
Basically,
to be
they can switch it
aware
on and off. Pierre, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You can go for it.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's quite clear
Okay,
in
so-
paragraph
so
5
just-
of this
just to
letter
expand
that
a little bit on the charging type.
it says, in compliance with the Minister's
we have
directive, you are
different charging
directed to
types,
engage with the Divisional
and
Commissioner of
I
Crime
don't know
Intelligence with a
offhand
view to
what's
the
the
proper
best
handing
way to
over
abstract
and to follow
the
all
description of the
processes
charging
necessary
type.
to
But
conduct a
if I can
handing
give
over
practical
process.
examples, one of the charging types we have,
So
if you, well, if
this
you
is
just
from General
bar
Sabia
the-
to
the
General
generic
Sintumule.
descriptions
So
that we
17th
have
of January
would be, for
is addressed
example,
to
a
you. You hear
subscription
nothing back.
charge type, meaning what is the
And
monthly
the next
charge
thing is this
or the
letter,
weekly
which is that the
charge or
handover must
whatever,
be done,
whatever the period
and
is
that
set,
General
is set
Sintumule
as.
must engage with you.
What is the
And
subscription
then
charge
did she?
for this specific offering? Right? You might have an installation charge. You might have a once-off charge, a
Did she engage with
subscription
Yes,
charge,
she did
a
engage with
termination
me,
charge,
not
a
even
migration charge, an upgrade charge, a downgrade charge.
She did engage with me.
That is
Thank you.
also
Just
completely
to-
user-defined.
She engaged with you many times
Yes, many
after
times.
this letter.
After
Okay, and again,
this letter.
how the system
With
applies
reference
the
to
charge
paragraph
based
5
on the
of
charging type.
So when she
We'll get to
engaged with you,
tomorrow
she was
once we
asking you
explain
to
how the
hand
workflows
over
work, because the workflow
the dockets
is in
and
charge
To comply with the
of how the
instruction
charge type gets handled
because it's
and
her
gets
who has
followed.
been instructed. So mine
Does
is
that make
to
sense?
take the dockets that I'm accounting for and give to her so as she can comply.
Yeah.
I don't see
And
any
did
hands.
you?
That sounds good.
Yes, I did. I did give the dockets to her.
when did you give it to her?
The date.
So we're moving on to
It's
the next one,
supposed
which
to
will be the
be
categories.
further down
Again,
my
this is based on
affidavit.
whatever product that has been configured. The user can also create their own
There were
categories
two
as well.
dates when the
let's
dockets
define
were
it in simple
handed
terms,
over.
like if they had I think we should rather use the data bundles or the some options. Data bundles, SMSs, and for example, another one is maybe 100.
Was it after the meeting with the minister on the 27th of March or before?
So that's
around that time.
Maybe you can maybe just give a little bit on that as well.
The first batch of documents were handed
So
over.
the category
And then,
becomes very important.
Okay.
The following month,
You'll see the significance of the category once we move
three
into the
remaining
API portion.
dockets, then
I know we're running a little bit short on time.
And what's the explanation for the
But
delay
once we move into
between
the API portion, you'll understand the category.
for February
So the category
to
is the
28
category
March?
of the product. So if you have a data bundle, the category would be data bundle.
firstly,
It might be under
there
the
were lots
catalog
of
Soho,
activities that were
But
happening.
the category of the product
Between
under
the
Soho
4th
would be
of
data
February
bundle,
2025
or voice bundle,
and
or
the
SMS bundle,
5th of March
or,
2025, which talks to
what
the
was
whole
this,
month. So
ad hoc
it was
services.
during that period
There was
when
another description that Mars
the
gave
Divisional
that's
Commission
escaping me now.
Detectives and Forensic Services then was
But yeah, let's say
engaging
data
me
bundle,
on the
voice bundle,
need
SMS bundle.
of me handing
It's just a
over
category
these
of
dockets
the
to her
product,
so as she can
right? So
comply
that within
with
the
the
catalog,
directives.
you can
And
see the
then
different
on the
categories
5th of March,
of products.
that is when
within
then
a
on
single
paragraph
catalog.
156, there was another activity that talks to the political killing stars team.
Okay.
And maybe
that
just put it in
was the
layman's
reason.
terms, you know, when you
The
get that telecom
reference we're
booklet,
looking for is
and then you see the
paragraph
different cell phone deals, you might get
171
one for like
69.
high-end contracts, that would be its own category. Or you see one for gaming laptops, that would be
Yes,
its
the
own
28th
category.
of March was
And
when
one
it
for
was handed,
like
when
SIM
dockets
cards
were
or
handed
USB
over.
dongles, that would be
That's
its own
correct. Thank
category.
you,
You can sort of think of it
Commissioner
as like the indexes of the
and that was
catalogs you might
after
find in
the
the table
meeting
of
with the
contents in
minister
the
on the
beginning.
27th.
Just a useful way of
And I was asking
trying to
why there was
abstract it.
such a
As you
big
see, they're all
delay
making an app
between
for it. So
this
if the customer wants only
and the 4th
data
of February, between
product
28th
offerings, then you
March
can
and the
just
4th
select
of
the data
February, and you
category and
said there
only
were a
show
lot
them
of
that. So you just have to
activities
sit
that were
through like
taking place
1,000
in the
products
interim.
and only list SMSs,
Right?
for example.
And one of them is the 5th of March, appearing before the Portfolio Committee,
Okay.
where you made a presentation.
So moving on to the catalogs.
And
I
that
think this is now,
presentation
like
is,
David just gave a good example. Is
attached as
basically,
SDK
I think
29
everybody has seen that
in the
the
bundle.
booklets from MTN and Vodacom that has all the different
And,
offerings that's been basically cataloged into
this
the specific one. So
presentation
for example, you've got the
was
Samsung, then you'll have
prepared for the Portfolio
let's
Committee.
just say,
Did you make the
what,
presentation to the Portfolio
what is
Committee?
the latest one? I don't pick any of them.
Yes,
it's 51
Commissioner,
or
I was
52,
in attendance
and it has
of
a
the
different
Portfolio
catalog.
Committee,
Well,
and I
pricing
did
you'll have. You get 100 minutes, you'll get a 50 SMS data, SMSs, maybe
And
5
what
gigs
was
of
the,
data as well. So the user will basically
there were,
create
well,
the
you,
catalog
maybe
over
let's
here
just go
say,
to that
okay, I
paragraph.
want,
It's paragraph
for example, let's just
156.
go with that Samsung and then
And,
localization. I'm just going to use,
can you just
I'm just
read
using Dunkin' Data at the moment
paragraph 156?
and then submit.
On the 5th of March 2025, I
full thing.
appeared before the
Taking a while.
Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Police for a briefing
So now I can add
on
more offerings to
challenges
this catalog
relating
that we're
to
doing as well
an
at the moment.
instability of the crime
So now we can
intelligence
select now
division,
which product offering we want to add to
including the
that catalog.
background
So
on the
I hope now
investigation
everything that
against
we've
Major
explained
General
earlier is starting
Khan,
to fall into place
then
with how we
two background
creating
and status of
basically a
political
catalog
killings
offering or
task
product
team,
offering for specific as well.
and
So
then
it's now
three
all those previous
details
I think,
about
Clement
KwaZulu-Natal
asked as well
Provincial
what's going on and what
Commissioner's
all this about. It's
interview
basically
during
the high level
2025
setting up
Police
doing the
Day.
configuration
That
for
was
offerings that we want to
in
offer our
line with the
clients, well, Mozambique
invitation
wants to offer the
from
clients. So
the
in there,
Portfolio
if
Committee.
Lesotho wants the same setup, they can do this as well, but then it's at least now they
Two
can start
of the
offering,
issues
for
that
the
were on the
Apple iPhone
agenda
13,
were
you get
going
this,
to be
you get 1
presented
gig of
by
data,
myself,
you get 100
and one was
SMSs
going to be
and 1
presented
voice.
by Provincial
Clearly, I don't know if you can see now how
So
this,
you
this
were
is more
requested by the
configuration. I know
committee
you
to
wanted
address
about the
these
billing,
3 topics.
but this is now how
Well,
we're doing those,
okay,
like
you
David
and the
explained
Provincial
earlier, those
Commissioner.
offerings for them.
Just to be clear, I don't know
So
what about
one of
billing.
the topics, as we know, is on the
I come from
PKTT.
another, I come from another background. I'm trying to understand what you quite selling.
And can we go to paragraph
Yeah, so-
157 then?
So, yeah.
Before you
It's
do
more
that,
of This is the product
Assassin, you
configuration
moved a
for
bit
our
too fast
catalog.
for me.
You know
I
what I'm
didn't
saying?
realize
If we
you
revert
removed
to,
this letter.
you've seen that empty
In
brochures
general,
and the Vodacom
that
brochures, is
letter
those bundles that
from
you get
General
together
Sibia
as well.
of the 4th of February.
That makes sense. So you'll have your
This is the
iPhone
letter
13,
to-
15, I think the 17
to
and
the
16
Divisional
was out or
Commissioner,
something like that.
Detective
And that
and
each one will
Forensic
have in that
Now, the
offering will
last
have a different
paragraph,
rate plans
7,
and
at page
charges according
242.
to that as well.
It says you are required to ensure, this is to General Sintumule, you say, you are required
And
to
then
ensure
last but
that
not
this
least,
is
okay,
done
the channel's
within
not
7
currently being
days
used, but in
after
future, if it
listing
does
what
get
it is
used
that is
as well,
required
this
of
is
him.
basically
It says you
if
are
it's
to
going to
do
be
this
offered
within
through,
7
Peter, you
days.
can correct me if I'm
And
wrong,
also considering the content of
if
the
it's going to
attached
be through the call center or web,
correspondence
or
sent
if there
to
is
the
another
Divisional
option where
Commissioner,
USSD,
which you will
that's
also
those
ensure
channels
that
that will
the
be filled
closing
in at the
report
moment. But currently,
is
I don't think they'll
submitted
be
as
used
per the
at the
directive
moment until
of the
further
National
development is required
Commissioner.
from them.
Now, this is the 4th of February.
100%.
Had the National
That just allows us
Commissioner
to
issued a
differentiate
directive
the channel across which
to
the product
General
may be
Sibia
sold. So
or to
specifically
you or
for
to
now,
anyone to
a
submit
typical example
a
would be
closing report.
USSD versus
Thank you, Commissioner. No,
shop or
this was the
commercial. I'm not sure what they
continuation
would
of
call that. But
the
for example, if you have
anomaly
data bundles,
that
that would typically
started
be
from
USSD.
13th, 14th, 17th.
If it's a
So
product
this was
that needs
still
to
the
be
continuation
sold
where
from
two
a
conflicting
shop,
processes
or from a
continuing.
salesperson at a shop, the channel
And
might be
would
shop.
General Sibia
So that
have
means
been aware
USSD cannot
that
purchase
you
that
and
product.
the National Commissioner
when,
prepared
or
and
rather, let's
submitted
say,
that
if you
report
query
on
the
22nd
catalog as
of
the
January to the
USSD,
Minister? Would you,
and the
do you
catalog,
expect him or do you know
sorry, the channel
whether he
is
was
shop,
aware of it?
you would not be able
I
to
won't
see
know,
that item
Commissioner,
in the category,
other
in the
than to
catalog.
rely on the feedback that I got from the National Commissioner when I was asking for the way forward.
Yes.
So
That said,
pretty much plain
no,
simple.
don't mind. I've told General Sibia
jurisdiction.
to leave this
You
thing
can only
to
see
the
what
two
you're,
of
so that's
us.
granted to you.
So based on that, I'll
It's something
take it
to that
that he
effect,
was
yes.
aware that the National Commissioner
Or catalog
Depends on the
dealing
channel.
with
So,
this issue.
so remember, we
And,
offer.
and lastly,
we
from
will go
your
through the APIs
discussions
next,
with the National
but
Commissioner,
it's just a way to
or
say,
in your
if I'm
discussions
querying
with
the
the National
API
Commissioner,
as the
did you
USSD
inform him
for a given
about this
catalog,
approach from General
what products am I
Sintumule
allowed
to
to
you?
offer? Whereas if I'm querying the
The National
catalog
Commissioner, did you,
from a shop,
now that
With specific reference, Commissioner,
what
to the
products
letter
am I
dated the
allowed to offer?
17th.
the letter of the
It's that
17th,
kind
but
of a
also
requirement.
that General Sintumule has now spoken to you because of this latest letter from General Sibia?
Yes, Commissioner, I was continuously
Yeah, so
updating
like
the
I was
National
just been going through,
Commissioner
you
every
can
time
edit,
I
where you
receive
can
a
either
letter
enable, disable, change it,
that
or
is
add and remove
contrary to what we
offerings
are
on those
doing.
specific
Then
catalogs as
I'll
well.
report and share the letter with
David, I think you want to go through
And do
quickly
you know
because I
if
see
he
we
ever
are
spoke to
literally
General
got just
Sibia about this
7
parallel
minutes.
process?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I won't know.
I think I'll just share my screen quickly and just quickly go through
Thank you,
some of the things,
Commissioner.
especially the
Thank you.
APIs that are happening in the background. One thing you'll notice is that the
Okay,
entire
so
concept
we-
behind this is that it's API driven. All of those
We
data
are in March
from the offerings to
at
the products to the
the,
catalogs is not
Portfolio
directly
Committee.
queried to the DB, but rather
And
retrieved from the
you've been
APIs.
requested by the Portfolio
So I
Committee to
will
address
hopefully
those
make some
three
documentation that lists all the
topics.
Swagger documents. But
One
here
of
you
the
can see
topics
that
relates to the PKTT.
this one is the product offering API where we can
and
view the products, and then that is
You
subsequently
made a
stored in its
presentation
own view
about on the
schema.
PKTT
It's just
to
the
the,
VX Sync
to the Portfolio
PCM
Committee.
schema.
Now,
Just need a,
Your
found
presentation
it.
is here as SDK
and then here we can see
29,
product
and it's
offer.
quite long.
Here, product
And we
offer table.
Don't
From
really
there you
need
can
to
see
go
links to
into
this
to the
PUID. Here's the
weeds on
quantities
it.
that you saw earlier.
But
The
as I understand
CUID
it, it's
refers to
in
the
two
catalog
parts.
code or the catalog
First
UID,
is
and if it's
on
enabled,
crime
you'll also notice
intelligence
correlation
and work
IDs,
of
and there's the
crime
PO code
intelligence.
over there.
And the
The
second
correlation
part
ID is
deals with
just
the
something to
PKTT,
track
is
who
that right?
potentially made
That's correct.
the configuration or something bugged out. We can at least use this correlation ID to track it in the logs of
And
the
if I can just
product
turn
offering
then
API.
to page 273
The also notice here,
that
this parent POUID, as explained earlier, is you get inclusive benefits. So if
presentation.
I now change this query here to PO parent, did not spell that correctly. PO.
That
Parent PO UID
page
equals that.
is
Then you will see here's the
explains
list
the
of product
contents
offerings that
of
get
the
included. So
report
that
that
is
is to
the
follow.
gaming laptop with the 5
And the
gigabyte
headings, if you can just
USB
read out what the
dongle,
headings
maybe
are.
an Xbox controller. Those would be
The
considered
headings
inclusive
that
offerings
were
to the parent offering, which is just
included
the
in
entire
the
the
briefing
abstraction of
to
the
the
entire
portfolio
package.
committee. The first one was the background
Here
of
you can see the
political
charges
killing
associated with the
followed
different
by
product
the
offerings.
funding and
You can actually have
expenditure
multiple
since
charges per product offering
inception.
over here.
And then
And you can
the
see
third
there's the
one,
CTUID.
successes
You also
achieved.
notice that there's a
The
linked
fourth one,
SCUID and
the
SCDUID, which
current
expresses the charge amount.
status of
You can also see
political
there is
killings
promotional
team.
columns. So, say, for example, they want a promotion
So,
to run between for November for like Black
in
Friday or
this
something like that.
presentation,
Then they can put the promo start date as the
apart
1st
from
of
the
November to the
background
31st
and
of
the
November.
update on the work,
And then you can see over
much of
here
this
the
has already
FUID
been
and FPU
presented
that
to the
we'll see
Commission
how tomorrow how that
by yourself and by
how to put it,
General Mkhwanazi.
affects the
There is
periodicity of
a
the
slide
product offering if it needs to renew every month
that
or every
deals
30
with
days,
the
something like that.
budget.
And if it's enabled, just trying to see anything more
find
that is
it.
needed to know. I guess you can also express different product attributes. I'll show how this gets used tomorrow though, but you might want to, these things can be useful if you need to use them for different purposes like message generation or group size limitations for
It's
specific
page
products.
277.
Over here in the Swagger documents, these APIs over here will also just help
And
show you what is the intended
this-
functionality between everything. And
This
mostly just
slide
current
talks,
operations from querying things
it sets
to
out
updating them and deleting them and creating
correct me if
configuration
I'm
and
wrong, but
retrieving
the
them.
expenditure of the PKTT
Yes, Shona.
from 2018, which would be July 2018,
Something I was thinking about earlier.
until February
I'll probably have to
2025. Is
revisit
that
the
correct?
conference pages, but I know you've been doing a lot of
Well,
details there.
yeah, we still need to make them. So yeah, sorry
And
about
all
that.
of these,
Okay, no worries. But the only thing I was wondering
you
is
explain
regards
to the
it hasn't
Commission
been done already.
where
On
this
those pages,
information
could you
comes
guys
from
do an
and whether it was in
diagram
line
for
with the budget
I think it's always
that had
so
been
helpful
approved
for anyone new
for
that
the
knows how it
PKTT.
connects and then what tables
And
are
can you
involved.
confirm that there had been,
100% agree with
that was
that.
my sub-question, that there had been
Definitely not a
budgets
bad idea.
approved for the PKTT in each of these years?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I
think what
indicated
else,
earlier on, that
what to show
towards
you,
the end of each
I'll
and every
point
financial
out
year,
how these
each
things work
department
tomorrow when
that is
the
involved
workflow
in
gets
this
executed, so you can
project
see how
will
the
then
config
start
actually gets used.
looking at
Something
their
that might also
financial
be interesting
authorities.
to you is
So the
history
South African
tables.
Police Service
like
will
this,
do the same. Hence,
the
then
PLC8.
there
So
will
if someone
be
updates
an
configuration,
application
then they'll at least keep an
for
audit of
both
what it was previously.
the approval for the extension as well as the budget thereof. So
Yes,
it will be in
so
one
just to quickly
approval.
maybe give a
Hence,
little bit of an
then all
expanded
those applications, there is
idea of what
a
that is.
signature of the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer,
I don't know if
who must
everyone is familiar with
indicate
the
the
sub-D.
availability
Sorry,
of the funds
I don't think you can see
before
me. Sorry about
the
that.
National Commissioner
Is everyone
approves
familiar with the sub-D
both
table?
the extension
Sub-D detail.
and the usage of those funds that are available.
Sounds familiar, but
So
I'm
the
not
report
100%.
on this specific day
So
was
it's really
prepared by the
so
Chief
for
Financial
example, you have a
Officer's
sub-D
Office
record
and also
where
presented
subscribers
by
link to
the
a given MSISDN.
CFO
And if they
in
do
the
a,
portfolio committee as
an
she was
MSISDN
in
swap,
attendance.
there will be another
So
sub-D
it was
record
the
with a start
figures
and an end
that
date
are
to show
from
that
the
this was the
system that
MSISDN
is
from this
managed
date
by
to
the
that date,
CFO.
and this
Hence,
new
then
MSISDN
on the
from
far
this date
right,
to that date.
we will see
So rather than
the
doing that,
figures
i.e.
of
creating a
expenses.
history entity,
Then from the financial
or rather
authority or
creating
the
a detailed
application,
entity,
there
we
will
create
be
a
an
history
application
entity.
for an
So
estimated
you are able
budget.
to update the given
But
entity
in
as
this
you
report,
wish to,
then what is
and the
reflected
history table
on the far right
will
are
track
the
the
actual
changes
expenses
across
for that
across the
particular
history
period.
of that entity. The history table has start and end
Thank you.
dates, active from and active to.
Now, this goes up, General,
Or
up
that
until
from
February
and valid to.
2025.
Yes. So this allows us to retain the
And
original entity UID rather than having
think
to
from
shift
there
across a new
onwards,
entity UID
what we
and having
have,
to detect the
is
latest
in
one
the
based on sys date, between
exhibits
start
bundle.
date and end date. You just query the entity. It'll give you the
Look
latest
at the
information.
bundle,
If you
the
need
file
the
one of the
history,
exhibits.
you target the history table.
Okay,
And
we are kind
if
of
we
out
could
of
begin
time
with
here.
CJC
I don't know if there's
18.
any last questions that anyone wants to ask. I know it is a lot. I'm hoping that we'll be able to provide a little bit more insight to how this product definition slash configuration affects how it is provisioned and how it is abstracted to the customers, especially on a technical level. I am just
As
mentioning
I
this again.
understand it now,
This
this is
a
an
very high-level
information
overview.
note
We will
that's
be doing
prepared,
proper training
a
sessions
request
in
for
the new year
financial
when we have
approval
proper documentation and everything in place.
for the period
So don't
1st
be afraid if you
April
don't
to
understand
30
something now.
June 2025.
So, just out of curiosity, what's everyone's thoughts on this so far? And for those who were in my first Soho lectures, is this more confusing or less confusing?
May we take an adjournment and resume at 4:15, please?
So products make sense to me, as well as the way the configuration is done with the product
No, I
catalog.
was watching the time.
So the correct one was put at the back of this bundle. I didn't want to take out
I
stuff.
think we're going to probably have some issues down the line with that whole JSON, especially, correct me if I'm wrong, is that something that's more configurable on the client side or is that our side? I know when I was speaking to Luke earlier, we have those executional blocks or your clubs that will be executed essentially for the dynamic C-calls. I think that's in a later phase though. Which then obviously that would rather be controlled by us, is my understanding.
So
Maybe just to,
okay. So Shona, so it can go both ways. The idea here is that we need to give the client the ability to set up their own workflows and their own product definitions. Now that is quite a long ways off because there's a lot of training and a lot of API training that we need to give to the client for them to understand how the entities interact with each other. For now, the idea is it will be owned by the PS department. So when the customer comes with a change request and says, I need to express this new type of product, they would come to the PS department and the PS department would set up the definition and they would set up the workflows. But the idea is in the long term that the client has their own type of skilled employees that understands these concepts, and they might be able to implement their own product definitions and their own workflows based on the APIs that we provide them.
So maybe also something just to put here, the JSON schema definition for something like the product type is more so of a safety guardrail that will force the person who's ever configuring the products to ensure that they're providing the correct fields to it. So if I'm expecting an SRV UID and then they give me some random code, the workflow is going to fail because it's anticipating the SRV UID. So that's where the product types come into, or this JSON schema definition comes into play, so that when they create the product and choose this specified product type, they have to provide that specification. You saw just now how there's that SRV underscore UID brackets and then the SRV UID. If they don't provide that, then it won't allow them to create it. That's the intention behind it. So they can't go further down the line. So like 1,000 customers are failing to get their services provisions. Like, yeah, you're not, because you forgot to provide the details that we actually needed over here. So that's why everything's failing. So think of this as like a good precaution or a good safety net for our dear customers.
Yeah, I can definitely say the other part I definitely like about the project is the move to the APIs. As everything, all those front end and everything there is controlled via APIs, if I recall correctly.
Yes, that's the intention.
Yeah. Then if we have an issue with things like displaying or not posting or things not updating, it's the first things to check the APIs, essentially.
100%. All right, I think I've taken enough of your guys' time. If there's any last questions, please say your piece. Otherwise, I think we can clock off here for today.
And we'll just provide the code for the timesheets.
Oh, that's a great point, yeah.
Full brush
Ruin our
request,
PS ratio. There is one, not to worry, guys.
You're welcome, David, for that as well.
Right, here's the code, and I'll share the link in a bit. Where's the copy link button? There we go. There you go. All right, everyone. Well, thanks for joining. I hope everyone had a good time. Let's call this the preface for the main course that will happen next year.
No, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, David.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Excellent.
Cheers.
Looking forward to face to you tomorrow. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, General, it's our last lap. We were dealing with the budget. And where we were was CJC 18. This was a request for financial approval for an extension for the period 1 April 2025 to 30 June 2025. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And did you prepare this note?
Yes. Yes, I did.
And if we can just go to page 132. Actually, let's just take it for one step back. Let's just start with the first page. You begin this information note by explaining that this comes after the directive of the minister to disband.
That is correct.
So you then go on to explain why you're continuing to make this request. So perhaps you can just explain that with reference to paragraph 3 of the background. So, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. On the background, it's more of the events that took place from the 31st of December letter, which then we were using as a background because it was during that period of uncertainty. The financial authority and extension had expired on the 31st of March. Hence, then we prepared this one that was going to kickstart from the 1st of April. And the background now is changing. It is talking to the letter as it came on the 31st of December, various meetings that has taken place, and the winding down plan as approved or suggested by the National Commissioner that this is how he's going to handle the situation during that time. Hence, then we had to prepare the extension as well as the financial authority for a shorter period, which was the financial authority was for the whole financial year as it was prepared, which was going then to allow the winding down plan. That is what is mainly contained in the background.
So that explains why at paragraph 4 on page 127, you estimate the expenditure for 68 members. It's for a smaller number.
That is correct. The estimation there is for a smaller number that will see the dockets that are at court through.
And that estimation, if we look at the table, it says 68 SAPS members per month for 12 months. I understand that to be that's incorrect. It's not supposed to be for 12 months, right? It's for 2 months.
More especially, it's a typing error, more especially if we look at the first recommendation on the same page, which reads the approval for extension be granted for the duration of 3 months.
3 months, 1st April to 30 June.
Yes.
And so the budget that was requested here was about 9.9 million.
That's correct, Commissioner.
With that correction, General, the heading where it says estimated expenditure for the period, what then would that be for? Because as it stands now, it's for 12 months. What months are we looking at?
3 months.
From which period? From 1 April?
From 1st of April until 30th of June, Commissioner.
So as per the first bullet under recommendations, Commissioner Barwe. So the estimation was about 9.9 million for those 3 months. And then if we turn over, can you just explain then the notes of the CFO?
The CFO is indicating that yes, the funds will be available as per discussion with the National Commissioner and per approved call-up instruction signed by the same National Commissioner. An amount for only 1 month is confirmed. The rest of the request for the funding beyond 1 month must be submitted as part of the budget input of the cost center if the project is to continue. So it's the same comment like we had seen in one of the recommendations by the CFO, where at the beginning of the financial year, she will allocate for the first few months, awaiting the final allocation of the budget. But the difference here is the drafter, the compiler, which is myself, was recommending 3 months based on experience that the final allocation of budget takes the maximum of 3 months. Now, the discussion between the CFO and the National Commissioner overruled the 3 months and went to 1 month. So one can be of a view that maybe it was because of the uncertainty around the task team extension.
So the approval then was for 1 month.
That is correct.
And the National Commissioner's signature was on 7 April 2025. That explains then why there's a request, a second request that's made, and that's at page 130, and it's CJC 19. And that's, again, a request for financial approval for the period 1 May 2025 to 31 July. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioners, for another 3 months.
And as with the previous request for approval that we just read, you set out the background to the request, and then you set out the amount that you are requesting at page 132.
Yes, Commissioners.
And here you estimate expenditure for the period 1 May 2025 to 31 July 2025 for this time 56 SAPS members. So is this in line, again, with the phasing out?
It is in line with the winding down, because the National Commissioner's proposal was, as the case is finalized, those that were dealing with the case will withdraw. And then that's why the numbers kept on going down.
And what was the budget you requested here?
It was 8.4 million, and then the funds that were made available by the CFO were 13.2 million. Reason being, if we look at the period it starts from the 1st of April. Her recommendation includes the month that we had the authority for already. They do that for their cost center policies, that if you have the financial authorities that are 1 month each, it makes their maybe work difficult. Hence, there was an approval of the April 1 month, but then when we apply for 3 months, then she recommends 4 months. It means she's reversing and starting from the 1st of April.
So that's the reason for the increase.
For the increase.
The increase, the 13.2.
Yes.
Instead of 8.4.
Yes.
And that was approved by the National Commissioner, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And that takes you up until the 31st of July?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Then we come to CJC 20. And this is a request for financial approval for 1 August 2025 to 31 March 2026.
That is correct, Commissioners. Now, this one is for the remainder of the financial year, as the applications have been done in drips and drabs periodically. Now, this one is for the whole financial year.
So why is this one now for, the ones that were done earlier, you said, was because of the uncertainty, and so there were small extensions. Why is this one for a longer period?
Firstly, the budget allocations had been finalized, and then secondly, one being part of, as I've said, that this was the period where there were lots of factors affecting the decision making. So from the application of 3 months as it's a norm, whilst waiting for the final allocation of budget, then instead 1 month is approved. And then the next batch it's 4 months. Then this time around, if now we can link this with the other parts of my affidavit, it was after the long sought after reasons for the disbandment were starting to be clear, or they were clear, that they are not genuine. So then the application can be now for the whole month as powers vested on the accounting officer to approve the budget of SAPS.
You say general allocations had been done as at this stage. Were these allocations done in accordance with the original PKTT numbers, or were they done in accordance with the numbers that were dwindling?
They were done in accordance with the last number that was dwindling.
Thank you.
So at this point in August, you felt emboldened to ask for an financial approval for a longer period?
From the compiler's point of view,
which is you?
Yes, the commissioners, the reason behind that is the understanding of the finalization of the allocation process. Because that's what we have been doing all these years. The first few months, maximum of 3 of the financial year, you are given the provisional approval. Then after that, then there is allocation. Then you will get then the approval for the whole financial year. That is the official reason from my side as a drafter.
That's the official reason. Your official reason is then it's about the budget cycle.
Yes.
Okay. And you make the request then for 1 August 2025 to 31 March 2026.
Yes.
And can you just explain the table, the numbers and the amount requested? The number of members, so this is...
The number of members now, it's 56, and then with all those allocations, it gives the total of 31.1 million.
And that was signed, this was signed by General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
Not by you. The previous ones were signed by you.
Yes, the reason being, as the whole world know, that I've been arrested and removed from some of the responsibilities. Now I could not sign off some of the things that were supposed to be signed by myself.
Okay. So
hence, maybe to also include, hence then even the cost center as reflected there on page 136, because that will be very specific as to where the budget will be allocated to. Under recommendation number 2, the estimated budget of 31.1 million be approved and funded from the national budget, and such budget be managed at Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal. Because of my inability since the June or July, somewhere there, the arrest up to date.
Just to clarify, General, you haven't been suspended. You're not on suspension from work. Or are you? Maybe let me ask, have you been suspended?
I am not suspended, but I am not allowed to perform my duties.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that explains the signature then by General Mkhwanazi. I also see that in the second bullet under recommendations that there's a reference to Annexure A and B. We don't have that. We don't have that in this bundle, but I think it would be important for us to get those annexures just to complete this set of documents. Would it be possible to get those?
Which one?
So it's the second bullet under recommendations on page 136.
The second bullet.
Yes.
Yes.
Estimated budget. And then the last line, as recommended by the CFO as per attached annexure A and B.
Yes, we can provide those annexures.
Thank you. Just to finish this off though, that was the request was for 31 million. Can we just complete this by referring to what the CFO then recommended?
Thank you, Commissioners. The estimated budget applied for was 31.1 million, and the CFO is availing plus minus 27 million. Reason being, that's why the CFO is explaining that the management of this budget should be such it is utilized up until the end of February 2025, which is a month before. Reason being that all the expenses during March will be accommodated for in the new financial year. So it's not a decrease on the estimated budget. It's a minus of 1 month expenditure, which is March the following year.
You said 2025, it's 2026, General.
Oh, apologies, Commissioners, 2026.
Thank you, Chair.
You also referred to the financial year. Am I mistaken that the government's financial year starts on the 1st of April each year?
That is correct, Commissioner. It starts on the 1st of April. But the reason why the Chief Financial Officer made such a comment is this plus minus 27 million budget can be utilized up until the expenditure of the end of February. Then for the last month of the financial year, which is March, will fall on the new financial year starting from the 1st of April 2026.
Thank you, General.
Perhaps I realize perhaps I should have completed my question just so that it doesn't remain hanging. General, when I asked you that you are not at work and you confirmed you are not on suspension, you said you are not allowed to do your work. What do you mean by that? Who doesn't allow? Is it the National Commissioner is not allowing you to do your work?
No, it is the bail condition.
Thank you.
And then, General, can you just finish with this document? So what the National Commissioner then noted?
The approval by the National Commissioner with comments as per CFO comments, I think.
So he approved it in line?
He approved in line with what the CFO have said above.
And the PKTT, therefore, is now operating under this financial approval?
Under this financial approval up until the end of March 2026.
Thank you.
Maybe, Chair, Commissioners, before I step off, because one is receiving lots of information as this process is moving on. The allegations or the information that talks to only the financial approvals granted is misleading, because if you look at our applications, they include both the application for extension. That's why on all of them there are 2 recommendations for the National Commissioner to approve the usage of the budget as availed by the CFO and also the extension. So the same document gives the approval of both the function and the budget thereof. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. So we started this discussion on the budget. It was an extension of what you had been presenting to Parliament on the 5th of March. So if we can just return now in our timeline back to 5 March 2025. I just want to ask you whether in this presentation to the Portfolio Committee, whether there were any concerns raised by the Portfolio Committee with the work of the PKTT that you'd presented.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. One, looking at the invitation and the agenda as provided by the Portfolio Committee, one will be of the view that it was informed by the current situation. Hence, it was talking to instability within Crime Intelligence Division because of misinformation that was spreading almost every day in the social and print media. And then on the other hand, the issue of the disbandment of the political killings came in to join during that discussion. So one is of the view that the Portfolio Committee deemed it fit for them to be briefed on these two burning issues. I choose to use burning issues because they were burning issues. And indeed, we prepared to the best of our ability from our side to cover the two areas, which is the instability within the division, giving the reason of each and every misinformation that is seen out there. And then on the other hand, also a detailed presentation on the political killings task team. The political killings task team briefing was not so difficult to prepare because we had not long ago prepared the 27-page document for the minister. Then it was a matter of updating and converting it into a presentation format that will be used to brief the Portfolio Committee. So after both the briefings, one, this is my view, one was expecting the burning discussion as these were burning issues. But one then did not really get the burning. There were comments there and there, but not really burning discussions around the issues. One of the issues on the attachment is the one that talks to the story that was all over the social and print media of the division employing a 29-year-old girl, which then in the briefing, it was there with all evidence, with everything that was done. But one then also did not get it discussed there the way it's burning when it is discussed on the social and print media. Hence, then 2 months after that, we were still arrested and charged for the same thing that we had explained even to the Portfolio Committee. So my assessment will be the discussion was not as burning as the issues were discussed before we were invited.
Can I just make one comment on what you said, General Khumalo? A 29-year-old would not be a girl, but a woman.
But the headline?
No. You referred to the 29-year-old girl. I'm just saying a 29-year-old would not be a girl.
I was quoting the print media headline.
I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so that was the 5th of March, and then, as I understand, still on the 5th of March, you moved from the Portfolio Committee to a briefing with the Minister.
Yes, after the disbandment discussion was not as burning within SAPS now by then it started to burn a day after presentation to the portfolio committee. Hence, then we received the invitation for a meeting in Cape Town for the 6th of March.
Oh, it was the 6th of March.
Yeah.
Just so that we track your statement as far as possible, we were at paragraph 157, and from there until paragraph 159, you deal with a correction you wanted to make to something that General Sabia said. I think you've covered it adequately in the statement. Unless there's something specific you wish to say in addition to what's here, could we just move on?
No, there is nothing else that I would like to add. I was just correcting that misquoting of the information that we presented on the 5th, that the team operating in silos was the then provincial team. It was not this team that was being disbanded, but in this affidavit, we are misquoted as if we are saying this team is working in silos. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's also, with that correction, there's also a part of this where you've quoted the very last paragraph. Do you want to correct that, or is that a correct representation of what you said? It says, due to the task team failing to deliver on their mandate, is it supposed to be you, or is this General Sibia providing an explanation why the minister disbanded, made the decision?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is the misinformation and misquoting by General Sibia in his affidavit.
Yes. In that he says you said this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you say you did not say that?
I did not say that.
Thank you.
I did say it in the briefing to the portfolio committee, but I was referring to the then provincial task team.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's turn then to the next, to 6 March. That's on paragraph 160 of your statement. You say that in preparation for the meeting, you proposed a plan in line with the recommendations that were set out in the 27-page report.
Yes.
Right? And
yes,
that's,
Commissioner.
okay, and that's attached as SDK 30 in your bundle. And this briefing on the 6th of March, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, again says to the Minister much the same thing as what is contained in that 27-page report, including a plan for a gradual winding down. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. We were guided by the invitation. The invitation was not saying, I need a briefing on PKTT. It was saying the meeting is about PKTT disbandment implementation. Hence, then the National Commissioner decided that we take the same process or information that was in the unsigned information note and we deduct it into a presentation in preparation for the meeting of the 6th of March in Cape Town.
So this is the first time that you refer to a disbandment plan?
Yes.
In your
yes.
briefing on the 6th of
yes.
March. And the plan is, you've reproduced it at page 66 in the table. The overall activities that would have to happen to implement that plan.
Yes, Commissioners.
And first row says approval of disbandment plan. as an activity, and the responsibility is a Minister of Police, and the due date is 6 March 2025. Can you explain that?
We had to prepare the disbandment plan correctly so with the activity, the responsible person and the due date for that activity, and then hence then this was included in the plan itself. But the plan, the presentation was in details explaining everything as it was explained in the unsigned information note of 22nd of January.
Can I just ask why the dates on page 66, paragraph 162, differ from the dates in the action plan on page 300 of the annexures bundle?
So, Commissioner, can you remind me of the page number?
Page 300.
Thank you.
And while you're there, General, that all of the dates differ, so you might want to explain this table.
Yeah, the explanation was going to be covered as I move on with this affidavit, but to explain, these dates were informed by the meeting date that as we meet on the 6th, we present, and then the minister approves on the 6th of March. Then, unfortunately, it was not approved. Instead, the meeting was rescheduled for the 27th of March. Hence, then the dates are moving now from the 6th to the 27th of March. So everything was going to be kick-started by the approval. If the approval is done on the 6th of March, then others are continuing. If the approval is done on the 27th of March, then other activities will continue.
Is that what, sorry, is that what you refer to in paragraph 164, the last sentence, maybe the second last on page 67? Sorry, Advocate Hassan.
No, no problem.
That is exactly what I'm referring to, Commissioners. The way I understood it was to mean then the absence of any agreement or approval on the way forward, there will be no movement of dockets or personnel because nothing is approved. The information note is not approved up to date. The proposed plan was not approved in Cape Town on the 6th. The amended proposed plan was not approved on the 27th of March. So up to date, there is nothing that is approved.
So just to be clear, the table then, the action plan table is continuously updated because everything can only flow from the first item, which is an approval of the plan.
Yes, Commissioners, if I'm invited for the disbandment meeting tomorrow, I will change the date on the action plan and put tomorrow's date for approval. So it will keep on moving up until it's approved.
Now, who was present at this meeting?
The first meeting.
The meeting of the 6th.
Commissioners.
Sorry, before we, at 6th of March.
Presence in the first meeting in Cape Town, it was the Minister, the National Commissioner, the Deputy National Commissioner Policing, Lieutenant General Musigidi, the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia, the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister of Police, Mr. Nkabinde, the Divisional Commissioner of Detective Services and Detectives and Forensic Services, Lieutenant General Sentumule, and a Lieutenant Colonel then from the team, and myself.
And in your statement, you say after you've presented this plan, the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing were in favor of the plan. And does that mean none of the others present were in favor?
That definitely means that because the plan was or is for the National Commissioner, it's his plan, the winding down plan, then he had to support it because it's his plan. And then the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing did support the plan. I remember very well even her words, and one of the reasons, because she said, if we disband now, as the letter says, and we say all the members must go back to their respective stations, then a member from Cape Town, by the time he arrives in Cape Town, he gets the subpoena to go to Mtuba KZN to attend the court case. And then he comes back. By the time he arrives, then General Musigiri said that will be not so nice or good or possible for the members to continue with these cases whilst they are back to their stations of origin. So indeed,
it wouldn't be cost effective either, would it?
On top of that, not cost effective and dangerous and impossible. The whole idea of having coordinated work won't be there.
So you say that you mentioned particularly General Sabia and the Chief of Staff of the Minister as being against the plan, and they favored immediate disbandment. Did they say why?
The main reason, because I was part of the meeting, then everybody, after I presented, especially if you are a presenter, you listen attentively when your audience is now asking questions, because you want to do whatever, to understand whatever input they are going to have. Hence, then I still recall most of the inputs that were made there. The main point that the Chief of Staff as well as the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, they were against was in the plan, disbandment plan, not to show the immediate. In other words, they were against the whole plan because the plan has got the winding down thinking. But then they will even, one of them will even say, it means you are defying the instruction of the minister because the minister says disband now. So that was the main point. And also somewhere in the plan, we had referred to the dockets under investigations to remain with the political killings task team. You see? So they were against even the alphabet PKTT. It was supposed to be, not to be there, and then replace it with someone else, something else. And also the other issue was the destination of the dockets. The proposal was talking to the dockets moved to the provincial office, so as the provincial commissioner can decide and design the way he is going to continue with these dockets without much of the damage caused. But then the the points against was these dockets must go back to their stations of origin, where they were picked from without being investigated.
General, was it proper for the Minister's Chief of Staff to participate in these discussions?
In my view, also looking at my experience, Commissioner, I will definitely say it was not proper. I've sat in meetings where the chiefs of staff are sitting. According to me, it was not proper because they don't normally take part in the decision or discussion that is there during that meeting. In most cases, they act as record keepers of the chairperson, who will be the minister, in terms of decisions and whatever other assistance or support function of the minister, not to be. Because now, especially in the subject matter, it's the experts that are discussing this subject matter. And now there are no expertise of a chief of staff that are expected then to contribute in the point of discussion.
And what was the alternative name they were suggesting?
If my memory serves me well, instead of saying PKTT, it was just say investigators, so which will be open to any other investigator.
Thank you.
General, am I correct to describe, would I be correct rather, to describe the discussion, the plan about winding down as an operational matter and decision? How you're going to wind down and where dockets will go, does that fall in the category of operational decisions?
Thank you, Commissioner. It's pure operational. Maybe what makes it looks like administrative is the use of the term winding down. The proper and correct term or word that is used in an operational environment is demobilization. It took us 4 years to mobilize. Now, it cannot take you a day to demobilize what you mobilized for 4 years. So the winding down is also talking to that operational understanding, yes. Because you have to demobilize resources, which will take you at least half a time that took you to mobilize, yes. If you are not having bad intentions.
Yes, and is it appropriate or regular for a chief of staff who's not a member of the policing environment as such, if I'm using the correct word, to have input into decisions that you describe as demobilizing, for example, a plan, how it's going to unroll? Is it appropriate? Is it regular?
I'll choose inappropriate, Commissioner, because the benefit of doubt one can give, because the Chief of Staff, we know and we are told that he is a former police officer. So maybe that might have contributed. I'll make an example. If the Chief of Staff was a former teacher, definitely the Chief of Staff won't be tempted even to comment, because the subject for discussion, it's something that has got to do with the support functions of the minister as well as any other administrative functions. It's pure operational.
Thank you.
But as I understand you, even if the Chief of Staff had experience in policing, it would still not be appropriate for the Chief of Staff, as Chief of Staff, to participate in a decision-making regarding operational matters.
That's exactly my view, commissioners. Hence, then I say maybe the Chief of Staff was overpowered by the police experience to think that, or to put down the cap of being a Chief of Staff and wear the cap of being my second in charge as the project manager of this operation.
Yeah, okay, we'll find out in due course whether you're being generous to him or not, General, with that explanation. Something else relating to this, when General Sibia and the Chief of Staff, as you say, they were arguing for immediate disbandment, did the Minister explain to them or differ with them about what he meant when he said the disbandment must happen immediately in his letter? Did he offer them any suggestions about what he meant?
As a chairperson, thank you, commissioners. As a chairperson, the minister listened to the presentation, the plan, and listened to the inputs, and then the parting words or the closing words as a chairperson were then go back and do the amendments as per the comments, and then deduct this presentation into an information note where I can sign on the rescheduled meeting of the 27th of March.
The short answer to my question is the Minister did not say to them what he meant when he says immediate.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can you, I mean, there are two things I think that emerge from what you were saying in this paragraph. The one is the pushing back against something that is gradual, wanting the disbandment to happen immediately. But the second is that it was about the PKTT itself, that was the concern, that the longer it took, the longer the PKTT would be in existence. So that was the real nub of the objection, isn't that so?
Yeah, one can add that, as it's reflected also in my affidavit, that the winding down was going to prolong the lifespan of the PKTT. There are cases that will be at court for the next 4 or 5 years. So that will mean it will be maybe after the end of the term of the minister who disbanded, and then the disbandment will not have happened. I'm making an example. So the winding down plan had that as an issue, that it's not going to talk to the immediate.
Okay, thank you. So still on 164, just to complete this, on this meeting on the 6th of March, could you just read into the record the last few lines of that paragraph, starting from "there was no firm resolution"? It's paragraph 164. It's
from the beginning.
No. From the bottom up 5 lines. Just if you could read from where it says "there was no firm resolution."
Page 67, General.
Page 67.
On page 67, line?
page 67, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the top.
Thank you, Commissioners. It reads thus: there was no firm resolution, and it was agreed that a further meeting will be convened on the 27th of March 2025. I understood this to mean that the absence of an agreement on the way forward, there will be no movement of the dockets or personnel. In other words, the PKTT will continue its work because there is still no approval of the proposed disbandment plan.
Okay. So 165 and 166 we've actually covered. It's here in the timeline. It relates to the arrest of Mr. Matlala. We can move past that. Let's go then straight to the 27th of March, when there was a follow-up meeting. Who was present at this meeting?
Then the 27th of March, as the Cape Town meeting was rescheduled to, in attendance was the Minister, the 2 Deputy Ministers, the National Commissioner, the Lieutenant General Sentumule of Detectives, the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibia, myself, and a Lieutenant Colonel from the team.
Now, you say the 2 deputy ministers. Who are you talking about here?
It's Deputy Minister Bushielo and Deputy Minister Matale.
Okay, so they were present. Is this the first time that they became involved in this discussion? Or were they involved in discussions before this regarding the disbandment?
In terms of my records, this was the first time that they were part of this discussion.
And did you present again on the plan, on a disbandment plan at this meeting?
Yeah. Maybe let me start by reminding the commissioners that the resolution of a Cape Town meeting was for us to deduct the presented draft plan with the inputs into an information note. So we had an idea that it's going to be a very short meeting. Even in my preparation, I was just prepared to point to the amendments to say on this slide, here there was PKTT. Now it's replaced by investigators.
General,
now, here,
General, I did not want to stop you mid-sentence, but that's the longest sentence I've ever had to listen to. Sorry to interrupt you. And on the 4th line...
And that's saying a lot when it comes to the General.
4th line, General, you referred to Lieutenant General Khumalo, and then Lieutenant Colonel and me. Is there another Lieutenant General Khumalo?
It's a typing error, Commissioner. There is one Lieutenant General Khumalo. It's me.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks, General.
In this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So
sorry, I was asking the question, you were answering the question of whether you were presenting the revised disbandment plan to this meeting.
Yes, according to our understanding, attendees, the follow-up meeting was for us to point out on the changes made on the presentation and submit the information note format for approval. So when then we were about to start that presentation, and then the mistake, I call it a mistake for the lack of a better word, that happened is on the number of dockets, there was already a a difference from one of the categories of the number of dockets between the 6th of March Cape Town and the 27th of March, because the team was still operating. So